Good evening, everybody. I am appallingly late, and I apologize. And now I even have to hear myself say that. Okay, we've got our quality options. I want to try and jump into the game as quickly as I can, but I am aware that there's a really cool intro for this game, and frankly, I want you all to watch it, even if you've seen it 100 times before. But yeah, so for those of you who don't check out Twitter, I've been meaning to pick up. Okay, so like I am a complete sucker for promotions and a big book chain. I guess so for the Americans in the channel, who I think probably are the majority of regular viewers. Our version of Barnes and Noble, or I think Borders is another example. Is called Indigo Chapters. Usually it's just Chapters or Indigo, but basically they're two major booksellers. Indigo bought Chapters, and so it's one big company. And I think they go by sometimes both names, sometimes they just retain the name of the old store. Now, I not even necessarily because I feel strongly about the structure of of certain industries or that. I tend not to buy a lot in big box stores. I think to a certain extent, most of the stuff that I buy from doesn't count as like local or whatever. But for the most part, they just simply don't have most of the stuff I'm looking for. So if I'm buying computer parts, I will be going to something like a chain, but it usually won't be Best Buy. It'll, like there's, I think there was one in Canada, Canada Computer, I think is something that I've gone to in the past. And but every once in a while there'll be something that comes out. And in the case of our sort of our big book chain, I also just usually wind up buying used books because it's stuff that I like, and it's you can get it for a song. But in this case, they do give you a discount for your birthday. I think it's like one item you get something like 20% off or something like that. So it's not like it's not a massive discount by any means. But there have been a couple of things that I had my eye on. Actually, there's a few. So I picked up Why We Fight by Christopher Blattman. He's an economist. I think he's at University of Chicago now. And he does a lot of work on conflict. So he's actually somebody I was really interested in when I was studying. Definitely followed a lot of his work. I think the first thing I read from him was something co-authored with Edward Miguel. And I really want to read this book because it's his sort of popular reading on his research. And I think his research into conflict is really interesting. Another guy at the school I went to is named Thorsten Rogol, and I unfortunately haven't got as much of a chance to read his stuff. I would have been actually good to be able to do a course with him, but it was a little bit outside of my time. He just started at the university when I was finishing up my program. So that was kind of the big reason why I went. Seth Stevens Davidowitz is another. I actually have to admit, I've not read his book yet, his previous book. I have it, but unfortunately it wound up on the pile of things I wanted to get around to and never did. But he's got a new book out, and I figured, I'm heading out here, and I do find it difficult to make it to that bookstore in time, so I got that extra one. And then I'd been looking, for the longest time, this place hadn't carried a copy of 2600, which is a magazine. I finally found them in the magazine section, so I figured I was already getting some stuff, so I picked that up as well. So it wasn't the cheapest outing, but it was hopefully nourishing and will provide the fuel for 100 system rants, system talks in future broadcasts. But I specifically went out early to try and make it back for the broadcast in time. And the next thing I knew it was like 8 o'clock, and I was just trying to get home, which is why I'm coming to you an hour after where I normally want to start. But again, these songs and dances probably serve less of a purpose. I feel like they're less about explaining to everyone why I'm late so much as they give me a little bit of time to let people file into the broadcast, because I realize most people probably do not want to, like, I don't know. I kind of feel like the standard for the broadcast is not that I put out a tweet and, my billion adoring fans just kind of jump out into the out from the internet and and start watching right away. But with that in mind, this is the this is the reason for my late start. I'll try to do the full length of a broadcast, particularly with Industries of Titan. Like, it's a game that I do want to make some meaningful progress on. But I am also a little conscious of my my sleeping patterns. So if I'm feeling particularly worn, I may short it a little bit on the time, but I don't think I will. Especially because I made sure to get my writing done beforehand. I actually do have something that I put into a blog recently. So if you've not seen that, I'm happy to give the link. Sorry, I just need a second. Cool. I've been trying to get into the habit of writing out what I want to do at the start of the day. I've not read Ben Franklin's autobiography, but I know that's a thing people swear by. Can't say it's really helped that much, but it is nice to cross things off of lists. And I forgot to do that today. There's like 5 things that I did. But yeah, I actually managed to get everything I wanted done before starting the stream, which is good. I'm sorry, there is a reason why I'm taking my time to get started. I'm actually having trouble finding Industries of Titan because I installed a bunch of new stuff and I'm playing on Epic. So they only give me, I think Steam does it too, but I think I actually knocked Industries of Titan off my list doing that, and I have too many things installed now, so there it is. All right, please enjoy a lovely cinematic as soon as the game loads. I think it's still on the hard drive, so I may need a minute.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life. More dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
All right. So again, the update cadence has changed a bit for both Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade, and it's funny. I mean, so there's some big things happening at Brace Yourself right now. So this is again an outside perspective. Actually, tell you what. Let me get the disclaimer out of the way. So Brace Yourself has kindly given me a copy of Industries of Titan for promotional purposes. Now, it is actually maybe worth mentioning that the copy that I have on Steam, which I'm admittedly not playing, but the Steam copy is actually one that I purchased myself when it came out on that. And it's actually partly because somebody wrote what I thought was a very unfair review. It's actually specifically that this individual went into the Discord sort of, I think probably people have seen this type of person before, but like the person who is upset and does not want to be helped, but they're coming in asking for help. And it's not only that Brace Yourself sort of reached out to them even when they were being really aggressive, but like I reached out to them and other community members did. And then they turned around and wrote this like really negative review and talking about how horrible the community was. And I felt really bad about that because it's really one of these cases where I felt that Brace Yourself went above and beyond because the person was really being a jerk in the Discord, and they were completely like leaving it aside and helping them as much as they could. And the thing is that like this happens, right? But like I said, I felt quite strongly about it just because I think I've talked a lot about how Brace Yourself has made this really interesting community in their Discord. Like, again, these things don't happen by accident, but it feels like a really good place to be in there. So I don't know. I feel like you kind of have to say when you've been given a key for promotional purposes, even if you have sort of turned around and bought something with your own cash. But I don't know. It's a shame. And I am very grateful for Brace Yourself. I actually just think it's something to be said that obviously I still kind of need to get used to a certain type of community interaction. Like I realize that in terms of broadcasting, not everything is going to be storms of applause or positive words. But I suppose the difference is that I'm not really making this for a living. I'm doing this for fun. And so I sort of feel like to a certain extent, I have a lower tolerance for things that make things less fun. But one reason or another, like I guess I just need to appreciate that if I'm really bothered by that as a fan of the game, there's got to be a certain level of investment that Brace Yourself has in their own product. I mean, they strike me as considerably more balanced people than I am. But I felt bad about it, and I think I figured I could toss a little money their way. But with that in mind, Brace Yourself has given me a copy of the game for promotional purposes, and so while the enthusiasm is genuine, I do feel it's sort of my job to disclose that. So with that out of the way, even though the updates aren't regularly monthly for the next I guess until release at this point, it does really feel like there's a lot of exciting stuff happening at Brace Yourself. So I think most of you will know that Crypt of the Necrodancer just got an update. And I mean, it's almost kind of like when Total War Rome 2 got a big, yes. Hello, Edgemarian. I appreciate, I'm glad that people are taken in the spirit in which it's intended. Cause like, I honestly I try not, okay, so here's the thing. Companies, like, there is a style of marketing and there's a way that people engage with companies that just strikes me as really weird. So the article I was referring to earlier was about Unity. And like, I've watched some of Unity's product announcements, and there's just like a bunch of people who will run in there constantly talking about how much better Unreal is. And, I like Unity games. I like Unreal games. Brace Yourself has an Unreal game and a Unity game. And I really don't necessarily think it's the engine that makes either of these games really good. I have a feeling that's a lot of the talent and the time and the effort that Brace Yourself's putting in. But, PlayStation versus Xbox. I guess people don't get up in arms about Coke versus Pepsi or something like. I mean, maybe they do, but there's just we all know what this is like, right? There's so many people who really get super invested in a company, and it's like, do they? Oh, actually, the big one for me is Android stuff. I'm okay at computer stuff. I'm not great. I get by, but it's no secret I like Apple stuff. I'm a very happy iPhone user. But man, there's a lot of people who really insist on what an idiot I am for not using Android and how much better their phone is. And there's a certain point where I'm just wondering, are you trying to convince yourself about your phone purchase? I think at this point it'd be so much better if we talked on phones rather obviously me mentioning the Apple thing, that inevitably whenever I mention this, people are like, oh my God, you're an Apple user. Blah, you must hate money or whatever. I am totally fine if you do not use the computers I like. I think I can articulate the reasons why I use them reasonably well. I think my reasons are very good reasons for why I use these products. I could not possibly care less if I was the only Apple user in the world or if everybody, suddenly switched to it. It genuinely does not affect my day-to-day computing. I'm sure in a grand scheme of things, regarding the economic viability of certain platforms and that, sure, it would affect me. But barring, catastrophe, I'm going to assume that most of the paradigms that I'm going to have access to today are going to be available to me for the next few years. And I just don't feel like I owe any of these companies that I use, this kind of partisan advertising. But it does feel very rare about it. Every once in a while I'll see Xbox trading. I'm like, oh, I wonder if usually for me it's I've got Game Pass, I've got an Xbox. It's the first console I've ever had. Perhaps something interesting has happened on this platform I own. Nope, it's a bunch of people talking about how much better PlayStation is. I'm like, okay, well, maybe I should have got a PlayStation. I don't know. I like to play Bloodborne, but got an Xbox for reasons, and I'm happy enough with it. Don't play it a lot. I thought I would be playing it a bit more, but I've just generally been trying to make more of my life, to be honest. I don't know if Sony's paying these people or if they just want to feel better about their own particular purchase, but and keep in mind, I guess I could say, it's I realize there's a certain vintage of Mac user that sees, Microsoft stuff as anathema. But anyways, that is just a general behavior about companies that I've never really understood. Okay, so I'm not completely. Usually when I say I don't understand it, then there's somebody says well, people get very invested. It's I know, I can see that they're very invested. It's but there is a causal chain, leading up to the manifestation of being very invested that I don't understand. I'm not trying to say that, I do not believe that the thing that I've witnessed has happened. I can understand what has happened, but perhaps the chain of events that leads to that is mysterious to me. But yeah, when it comes to something like Brace Yourself, there is the side as far as broadcasting is concerned. Again, they happened to give me some keys around a time that I was actually feeling particularly undervalued by someone that I'd had a fairly long relationship in terms of broadcasting with. And it's more so that I really liked Crypto the Necrodancer. So the fact that it was a company that made something that I really liked, it meant quite a bit to me. And I can't remember if I knew that they were a Canadian company before or not, but knowing that they're Canadian also really makes me feel super special. And then finding out they're in Vancouver, I'm like, oh, that lost paradise that I really want to go back to. And then, eventually just kind of getting to know a few of the people through either interactions on Twitch or on their Discord, or, we did talk about, I did kind of get invited out when I was in Vancouver to meet them in person. And they are every bit as cool. I felt like I accidentally gave a backhanded compliment when it wasn't intended to be backhand, but like I said, it's like they were expectedly cool. Like it was as cool as expected or something like that. And like, it was almost kind of like, it wound up sounding almost like, oh, there were no surprises here. When what I meant to say is like, this was exactly the like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory kind of meeting that I was sort of expecting. Like, they have a very interesting office, and like I found out like one of them likes Android Netrunner, and I didn't think that there was ever going to be another human being I met who liked Android Netrunner. And I just got to put some faces to games, and they're just really, they are very nice people. Like, not just a presentation put out on like Discord or something like that, but it was an opportunity to get to see people and finding out that they were as nice and interesting and thoughtful and passionate as you might imagine that they are. So whether or not there's the saying, don't meet your heroes, and I don't know, does Brace Yourself count as like a hero to me or something like that? I'm not sure, but it is kind of fair to say that I would definitely say I've sort of crossed into super fandom. And honestly, like, they make very good games that I'm excited to talk about. But yeah, it's a chance. Sorry, Edge Marion, I know you probably just want me to play the game, but it's a chance for me to get the corporate shill side out, because it's honestly a company that I actually think is worthy of the attention. And I know they've met some success with Crypt of the Necrodancer. I'm hoping Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade are as successful. But yeah, the reason why I was meaning to bring it up was that Crypt of the Necrodancer got a big announcement, and it was kind of like when Total War Rome 2 got a sort of an update with Empire Divided after not really getting anything for years. It's one of those, it's like, oh wow, what caused that? But what was even more exciting was that they're teasing that there's an even bigger announcement apparently happening, which I'm looking forward to. And then on top of that, and again, this is me, I realize that I just mentioned that, I was invited out, which was true, but they don't tell me, like, they don't tell me things that are not already public, just to be clear. But if you look at certain job descriptions, there's, director on unannounced project. I mean, I think it's probably obvious that, as games are getting closer to finishing, they're probably experimenting with new stuff. I actually have some guesses as to what kind of a project it might be too, but that's kind of based on network analysis, and I really don't want to share that because I don't think I'm wrong, incidentally. I just think that maybe that's saying a little too much, and on the odd chance I'm right, I sort of feel like maybe it's their job to announce things rather than me to speculate. So it's just one of those things I'm going to feel very smug about if I'm right. But more importantly, they say that there's more big news coming after the Necrodancer. So it's, we've had a Necrodancer update. Industries of Titan's going to be moving to version 1.0. Phantom Brigade's going to be moving to 1.0. Again, we don't necessarily know when, but they've completed their first round of beta testing for that game for Steam, and I believe they will be doing more invitations for future tests if you didn't get a chance for that. So you can join the Discord if you haven't done that. And then again, there's at least one project that there's a very strong indication that they're already working on. So, I think to a certain extent, right, like I kind of want Industries of Titan to be in development forever, because it just means more goodies for me to play with. But it's also really exciting to think about what the next step for Brace Yourself is. And like I said, it's a company full of, I think, really interesting and cool people. And it's a chance for me to just kind of gush about something I'm excited by. But we're almost at half an hour, so let's jump back into the game, and we'll become a big space jerk. No, sorry, Heat Signature is the space jerk game. which is wonderful, by the way, if you've not played it. But incidentally, here's one thing about heat signature, which some of you may be interested in. Tom Francis actually has a series of Unity tutorials on YouTube. So that if you want to learn how to use the tool, I'm not going to say learn how to make a game. He does teach you how to make a game. But I think what people aspire to do is to make their game. And in the end, it's a little bit like writing or, painting or any other sort of creative endeavor. I mean, I'd even argue that writing a paper, like a scientific or social scientific, well, it's not just social sciences, Apparently computer sciences also do some kind of paper writing. I don't know. They're a bunch of nerds anyway. But like in the end, you're going to have to put something of yourself, and you're going to need to struggle with problems that are uniquely yours because you have a particular vision. I hope you have a particular vision, because there's only so much time that you have to be able to do creative things, and second guessing a market is just, we want to see you. So, again, I don't want to suggest that you're going to have everything that you need to realize your vision, because there's going to be a certain number of battles that you need to fight in order to bring that to life. But if you do want to learn at least one game development tool, which in this case is Unity, from the person who made Gunpoint and Heat Signature and Floating Point and Morph Blade, I think it was called. Tom Francis is actually more than just Gunpoint and Heat Signature. Those are probably just the two really well-known ones. And of course, the forthcoming Tactical Breach Wizards, which is both an awesome name for a game and a surprisingly good trailer. I shouldn't say surprisingly good. Like, it's, these are good people, right? But yeah, definitely a really solid developer who got their start as a game reviewer, I believe, in PC Gamer, or game writer at least. But yeah, I am surprised to find out that some people don't know about that. And obviously there's actually more people who aspire to be game developers in this chat than or maybe not this chat, but on this channel, than I appreciated. And I actually am really impressed by that tutorial. I kind of feel like there's more games that will be made now because people were equipped by that tutorial. I think it's a very good one if you're willing to put the time in. So like I said, it won't necessarily teach you everything, and it won't necessarily teach you how to make the game that you want, but I think just being able to see how someone who has probably delivered something that you really like, being able to see them go from nothing to creating something, I think has a certain power that will encourage people to maybe follow some of their own ideas. Anyways, Codex, the lack of environmental laws has been a boon for Titan's shadier characters. The toxic waste in the lakes dissolves everything, even bone, in record time. Where were we? Okay, so we'll unpause for a second here just to get a realistic idea of what our power needs are. What's happening with the shipyard. So it says it's draining batteries, but I don't believe that. Prancing Venus. Now, I don't think we actually equip this with any weapon. Okay, we seem to equip it with a few. But not enough for... Oh, that's probably why it's draining batteries, actually. Because, yeah. Okay. I'm going to need to think a little bit about how I want to build this thing, because actually, you know what? We've got a fair amount as far as minerals and isotopes are concerned. But I might have some other details. Also, Edgemarian, I'm sorry. So I'm addressing this to you on the possibility that I may have actually scared you off. But sorry for turning your offhanded comment into like a full-on rant. If you're still around, thank you. If you're not around, hopefully you will hear this at some point in the future and will appreciate that I am a product of my vices. I don't know. I have a mildly funny story to share, actually, about quiet chats and me trying to be nice in a non-inflammatory way and actually possibly having the opposite effect. But I'll maybe share that story later, unless somebody really wants to hear it now. Just let me know and I'll send it along. But let's think about the next steps we want. So I think one thing I wanted to do. So right now we've sort of revised Cadence Workshop. We've got a couple conversion capsules down. I think I was going to turn them off. I should turn them off. So I eventually want to expand my mineral and isotope capacity. I'm really going to be stretching it as far as the isotopes are concerned, because I want to like I want to get a mine here, but I want to make that mine in such a way that I'll give you an example. So it turns out that you basically have to cover two, or maybe it's more than two. Maybe you have to. So okay, this is an easier way for me to articulate it. So we're in the middle of a sandstorm, which makes it kind of hard to see the difference between the crevices and the land. Sorry, I just need to tab out for a very brief second. All right. It may not be obvious, but there's sort of crevices here. But once I clear these ruins, I'm going to be able to build sort of a mining facility, which means that I'm going to be able to build roads. I'm going to be able to build factories. Basically, I can sort of have an operation set to the side here that's dedicated to minerals and other sorts of paraphernalia. In fact, if I wanted, I could actually put the mine here, and I'd be able to afford a fuel turbine to take advantage of all the crevices. Whether or not I want to do that is another question, but it is an option available to me. Now, in contrast, so minerals are fine, but if you notice, like I've got 400 tier 1 minerals, which are just slowly going to be upgraded over time. So it's not like I really need a lot more of them right now. In contrast, I really do need the isotopes. I've got 19 right now. Now, we've got a decent enough sort of balance among all the different sort of tiers, but we're pretty much at our limit in terms of what we're going to be able to just pick up off the ground for isotopes. Unless we want to deliberately expand out to this region, or unless we maybe get lucky in some of our other, in terms of some of our other expansions, we're sort of at the limit of what we're going to achieve with isotopes, which basically means I kind of need to start rationing them. I don't want to recklessly double up my. I don't want, like, right now I'm going to sort of be growing out rather than up, and normally I grow up for a lot of these playthroughs. Now, one of the ways I can solve my isotope problem, of course, would be to build a mine. So again, if we just take a look at it, if I put one tile over, it's not really gonna work. I kind of need 2 tiles to make that work. And of course, this is a crevice, so that's not gonna work. I have to build it here. But like I said, I have lots of options as far as putting this mine down. The one place I can't put it would be up here. So basically I either need to do something like this, or if I want to try and build a fuel turbine, I need to do something like that. Now, that option isn't available for the isotope mine. The best that I could hope for would be to expand my reach out to this area. And the reason why this area is not attractive is that it's bordered by two crevices, which means that I don't have a direct path for the highway. And the whole point of building a mine here is so that I can connect it to a highway and basically put it into a larger production chain. So my overall plan is to just investigate as much as I possibly can within the tech web and see if I can find one more mine extension. And I'm going to try and milk that for as much as it's worth. I'm going to try and hold off getting my extra isotopes as long as possible before I before I bite the bullet and move to another alternative. And again, it's just mostly so I can take advantage of a logistics network that I wouldn't be able to otherwise. So the one exception I'm going to make to the isotopes rule is I am actually going to upgrade the defense turret, because there will be a point where the rebel threat grows large enough that my existing ships are going to need a hand. So we'll start there. And then afterwards, I think we're just going to sort of sit on our hands as far as isotopes are concerned, and see if we can achieve our goals through other means. It did also occur to me I was buying a bunch of hulls, but I should also probably buy out a bunch of spaceport storage and council space as well. We'll maybe wait till the end of the work shift. So yeah, our focus eventually is going to be on setting up a mine. Even if we don't staff it, we'll at least get the mine down. Actually, if I'm going to... This is probably a really bad idea, but I'm going to go for it. And I do think I want to... I think I'm going to build another turbine, possibly even another power plant. I figure the raw materials that we need for industry, we should probably there shouldn't be any question about getting those built. I thought there was a clear front to some of this stuff. Anyways. Yeah, so in retrospect, probably was not the smartest choice for me to bring this to the top level. I probably should have just built another set, like another fuel turbine, and then kind of moved out accordingly. But it's way too late to to change that. So why are you idle? No reason. It's just slacking on company time, and the eye in the sky spotted him. Man, everybody's messaging me on LinkedIn. Oh, here's a fun one. I know probably the most... God, this is a hard way to put it. So like inflation's a really big topic nowadays. I actually personally know one of the people responsible for the big report for it. And I resisted for so long saying this to them, but it's been a while since I'd sort of said anything. So I finally broke down and said, could you stop making the inflation numbers go up so much? And she said, it's like, I'm hearing that a lot lately. But ever since I did that, I think probably I just wound up, there's something in LinkedIn that probably says like, this person's active again. Well, let's let's recommend them to, you know, to 100 accounts, and that might be why I'm hearing more from people. But anyways, it does get me distracted during streams. But honestly, if you're gonna be looking at a social media app while playing a video game, surely, you know, okay, you know who would be, this is my effort at being relatable, you know, getting the epic memers out for all the youth of today, and going for that ever important audience engagement. We can imagine who would be on each social media platform. So Lio Visk unquestionably is a LinkedIn person. Like, I don't think Lio has heard of any other social media platforms but LinkedIn. I feel like Ayana Oak, while certainly very career focused, definitely Ayana strikes me as a TikTok user. Vern probably would be a Facebook user, maybe. Alexa Carrick probably shuns social media in favor of meeting in person. I could be wrong on that. Tikri, how are you doing? Thank you very much for the retweets, by the way. I realize it sounds like a super minor thing, but one of the best ways for channels to get noticed, in my opinion at least, is word of mouth. But it is also one of the hardest things to get because, I don't know, like, does that really seem like a normal conversation people have? It's like, I like watching this Twitch streamer. You should watch this Twitch streamer. I just don't really think that's a conversation people have very often. But it's so helpful. So, hello, Purple's Art. Good question. Who is the Redditor? Would Dr. Braxton Daw be someone who would maybe make like sock puppet accounts to like boost up their own, and like they would post their own research on Reddit? Is that a thing? The thing is, like, there's so many company people, right? You think it's like, oh, they're all LinkedIn. But no, like, Lio is, like, LinkedIn personified. But yeah, anyways, thank you, Tikri. I realize, like, again, I don't want to sound, like, super needy, or I don't want to sound like, you know, again, like, I've always been really bugged by the rhetoric of a lot of Twitch. Like, it's not enough for something to be good. It has to be like epic or the best ever or amazing, or like sometimes some things can just be allowed to be good. But it is something I really appreciate, and I would like you to know. I mean, especially because, like, the thing, you obviously wrote something really nice on the, you know, the Cultist Simulator video, and you've watched them for a while. You know, like, obviously you've been super supportive on its own, but particularly if I'm feeling low, which, you know, is easy to do, it's really nice to just get those little perks. So again, I don't want to give the impression that like I'm some kind of a basket case or anything like that, but they are very much appreciated, and so that was just me purely going for the influence there. Again, this is one of the new things that was added in the last update. Yeah, it's just, I where I can, I want to try and bring ships in, even if it's a thing. Does I feel the same about your content? Ah, lovely. I'm sorry I don't stop by to your chat. I feel like, I don't know, it feels like there'd be a really weird boundary that gets crossed if I visited. I do like chatting with you on Twitter, though. But what was I gonna say? Actually, you know what? I'll do the confession now. So this is where I'm wondering if I've like crossed a line with Twitch unintentionally or something like that. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Like, I don't know if it qualifies as emotionally vulnerable, right? Like, I don't see that as emotionally vulnerable to just turn around and say, it's like, here's some stuff that works for me and here's some stuff that doesn't. And, you know, I'm not feeling great about this. Like, that's just life. I am no more or less inclined towards having highs and lows as the next person. Like, I really don't feel like my well-being is going to be attached to broadcasting. And in particular, if I ever feel that it is getting that way, that's one of those times where I try and push back a little bit and see if I have another outlet, or if I have a way that I can, you know, I can sort of resist the, you know, what the tendency that's dragging me in that direction. I forgot that I sort of ignored. Again, I don't need these batteries right now, but they're nice to have. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is, and I'm just too much of a he masculine manly man to admit that that's what emotional vulnerability is. But yeah, it feels almost overwrought, to put it that way. And I think in the end, it's just a matter of making sure that people know that their contributions are appreciated, particularly in times when a kind word has an extra, you know, a little bit of extra value. But anyway, I'll try and share it. See, I'm worried that I may have tainted one of Twitch's experiments. So I don't know, like, I don't know how many people here, because like some people say that they like the channel because it's unlike other Twitch channels. So I don't know if like watching a lot of Twitch is a thing that you all do, but you may have noticed on some channels that there's a thing happening now where there's an opportunity to offer anonymous feedback. And basically what I've started to try and do, there's like a couple of channels where I will try and like pick a category to go in. But actually one of them is a channel that I don't really follow anymore, for reasons that really aren't worth going into. But it's like, you know, it's kind of like I've hit my limit in terms of sort of what I'm going to tolerate on this. And it's like, you know, I don't wish them poorly, but this is not for me anymore, let's say. But every once in a while, particularly if it feels like they're having a tough time, you know, I'll pop in, and they happen to be one of those. So like not every channel gets this, but it's like, yeah, it's anonymous. You know, I can just toss in and like I'll put, you know, one of the random options on the well, it's not random, right? Like they want you to make it tailored, but like every once in a while, like because like this is someone who's in sort of my social network, somebody will like retweet them or whatever. So it's like, okay, well, you know, I'm sure this will like pick up someone's day. Let's just go in and, you know, and push the button. But the last time I did that, actually, I noticed that it appeared on my screen for a second and then it went away. And that hasn't happened on the other channel that I regularly do that. So I was like, oh man, is it because I'm not following it that they think like I'm trolling or I'm being like I'm doing something unauthorized? And then I'm like, oh, like, does that taint the experiment? Like, does that make it something that, you know, they're not going to put this feature in now because they think it's being abused? So I was like, I'm obviously like my involvement in it is done. Like I'll continue to sort of like say the nice things to the channel that lets me say it on, and like I just don't watch that much anymore. But I'm like, I wonder if like there's something that's happened in the background. It's now like flagged as like this guy's a jackass. Don't let him compliment people. So I absolutely believe you're too much of a He-Man manly man. I have facial hair now that is probably going to make me wind up buying like a parcel of land in Florida. I used to have like a beard that was growing over the course of like the 2 years for COVID. everybody keeps saying I have good beard genes, so I feel somewhat obligated every once in a while to grow absolutely disgusting facial hair to, you know, to take advantage of my winning of the genetic lottery. And I am not even... Apparently I have the confidence for, you know, ridiculous facial hair, but not to go bare-chested in public. So, I don't know. I'm camless, so I should maybe just, like, yank my shirt off and, like, beat my chest or something. How did I get on this? But yeah, anyways, there's my confession that I am apparently an unintentional troll. Like, here's the thing. I can absolutely be a genuine troll inside of a channel. Like, just ask Kilgore, right? But in general, I like to think I'm somewhat gentle and, you know, nice. Okay, energy plant production would be nice. I'm trying to think whether or not, and I mean, extra employee movement speed helps me with efficiency. So I'm trying to think, do I want to reduce the truck pollution? Well, you know what, we don't actually have that much of a citizenry yet. So let's go for the energy production, but I am going to unlock the path for truck pollution, again, if we get a chance to... If we get a chance to extend the mining range, we'll take it, but I have a feeling that's gonna... Honestly, sorry, Takri, the other thing I was gonna say, based on your comment on watching Critical Role, I feel like I need to watch that just so I understand what tabletop gaming is really like. There's actually two... Sorry, I really should be talking about Titan, but like right now I'm just kind of letting plans roll by, and then I'll try and get back on topic. But there's two things that I've imagined that I'd really like to try running. One of them is I got the rules for Cyberpunk Red, and I feel like that's one that there might be some interesting stuff that could be done with it. Again, I need to read a little bit more about the setting, but I sort of feel like, I think especially too because I had some opinions about Cyberpunk 2077, I'd really like to do a bit more of that, if I'm completely honest. I'm also debating as to whether or not I should shut down... You know what? Let's shut down the Tier 1 to Tier 2 for a bit. The other one, and I don't even know the rules for this, is Traveler. And it's mostly just by reputation. And it's also just partly because I've come up with all these science fiction species for Stellaris, but I've never really written any kind of fiction before. So there's a side of me that sort of wonders, like, would I be able to pull off a proper, like, space opera like Traveler is? So it's almost kind of like the, you know, because it's there answer for, you know, for Traveler. But the thing is, I don't know if you should be like a player for a while before you try to run something, or, you know, if there's another path. Anyways. You all came for Titan, so let's talk about Titan. Oh, you say that's not what it's really like at all? It's top tier with money and production value and improv-trained voice actors. So you love it, but it's not representative at all. Okay. So I need to find somebody considerably less... experienced in the dramatic arts. That, or I just need to find a really talented group of players, but then I have a feeling I'll be the anchor. Okay, so we have sort of the raw materials we need for a few of the things we're going to build out. I mean, there's a side of me that says maybe I should just like commit to the mine. So here's what we're going to do. Let's take this large ruin, get that out of the way. We'll also grab these ruins. We don't need the minerals, so we might as well get the extra artifacts. It's mostly just because we've got 4 artifacts. Now, the fact that I just took 12 artifacts, even though it's going to take a while for this large ruin to be taken out, I need to prepare for the next rebel threat wave. Again, we've got our big defense turret ready, but it's still not a bad idea for me to prepare. So, I think I said... I'm gonna grab my tablet, because I'm never able to figure this out on my own. And it feels really wasteful to just write it on paper each time. At least with my tablet. I can erase it. Oh, my books! It's because I want to brag about what I got. Why We Fight by Christopher Blattman. That's probably the one I'm most excited to read. Don't Trust Your Gut by Seth Stevens-Davidowitz. $2,600. I have not read the previous $2,599. Oh, come on, where the hell are you? Sorry. Okay, here we go. Sorry, when the whole Twitch earnings thing leaked, they were the top earning channel. They make it look so... Oh, wow, that is really impressive. Okay, so in the time it took me to find my tablet... the rebel threat went up by 95%. Tell you what, we're not going to have this ready in time for the rebel attack, but I think I owe it to myself to at least, like, make an effort. Sorry, I realize I'm making random noises that are not very... Oh, cool. I still have my... Wow. These are some of my old Terra Invicta notes. Cool. Okay. So, with the large lasers, again, this thing's really intended for killing turrets, but so we've got 3 energy there, so 4 of those means we're taking down 12 energy. We can have up to... Okay, so we're going to need at least 4 crew members for the turrets. There may be some value for shields. I need to figure that out. But at minimum, we need 2 life support. So life support is 1. And then I usually have a medical pod, so 1 as well. So that's 15. Now, if I wanted, I could put 2 large well, assuming I had the space for it, I could put 2 large generators down for 18. That would also power a couple. Shields, and in fact, it's superior to the large medium. Well, not exactly. Okay, so there's 2 arguments here. So basically, if I go for 2 life support, 4 large lasers, and 1 medical bay, so that's 15. And so what I could do here would be a large and a medium generator, which will give me exactly what I need. So I charge up the batteries, and then we keep the med bay off until we go into combat, and we can sort of afford to sort of stay at the standard drain. If I do 2 large generators, the advantage to that is I have a little bit of a surplus, and then of course we can start putting down some words. We can start putting down some shield. Hang on, we don't have shields, do we? Why in heaven's name am I gaming this out when I do not actually have shields for this thing? Okay, so the space conscious founder would probably want just a large generator and a medium generator. So that would be a total, 5 or 6 fuel. So let's see if we can get a read on how much fuel we're going to need. Okay, so I think if we do a large generator and a medium, we would be able to get a large fuel fabricator, and that would cover us for everything we need. So that is how I'm going to build. Now, it's not going to be easy to actually fit the large generator in. So let's start. Well, shows what I know. All right, we'll stick you there. And that doesn't work for me. This does, though. So first thing I want to do is put down a network of these relays. And I'm going to be a little more... I'm going to be borderline wasteful in how I put them down. But there is a specific logic behind building it this way. Okay, that's already a problem. Let's just get a... So one of the things I want to do here is make sure that these relays are connected. So that's theoretically best in terms of the most coverage, but this will do... Yeah, okay, so there's some symmetry to that. One of the things I'm aiming for with this is some redundancy. I don't hate this. So basically we have 2 paths to the energy here, and I'm going to be cramming in some batteries and making this all work, but let's worry about getting some of the basics down first. So I said 2 life support, and I think there's a small bit of logic that says I should actually keep them free. Now, you know what? I'm going to deal with the fuel first. Okay. So I need 2 life support to be able to support my crew. So there's a little bit of logic that says we stick these here and sort of leave some space around them. The other bit of logic says that it's actually desirable to sort of put them in a corner like this because it doesn't use up that energy space for... you know, some of the other stuff that I might want to be putting in those corners. So things like fuel, for instance. Because actually, honestly, the arguments work sort of both ways. And I'm actually not quite that sure where I want to go with it. I don't hate this. Okay. So let's think about in this case, I've got space for extra crew members, so we might as well use it. You can sleep beside the fuel. It's not like they're employees. They're not going to care. Maybe they'll care, but they're not. They don't have a good union, so they're not going to be able to do anything about it. And you know what? I'm going to double up the engines on this thing. It's probably going to move too fast, but honestly, I'm feeling sassy. And I'm actually just going to stick them right there. So, one thing that's true about this is that the fuel fabricator is going to be running more or less at full capacity to maintain these two. So we're going to want a lot of fuel to make sure that we're able to keep the power running. And one way we're going to be able to do that is by using the space that's not dedicated to power. So we're not necessarily going to be able to repair a lot of this stuff, but I'm going to make up for it by basically I'm basically just going to overcompensate. Now that, I guess, shuts down the possibility of repairing the life support fully. You know what? That probably explains why we keep dying. So I'm going to slightly adjust. Yeah. I'm going to treat the life support a little bit like the engines. But there's still plenty of opportunities to, to put a bunch of fuel storage down. We may have even more fuel storage than we have in the City Corp. Bet you I can stick some more in. Yep. Probably not the most efficient placement, but sue me. So again, we're leaving things clear for the engines. Now at this point, the last step is just to get the batteries down. So essentially, again, I don't necessarily want to go berserk, but there's definitely some tricks. Feel a little wary of doing it that way. All right. I'm just trying to make sure that I give my people some room to maneuver still. I'm trying to make the most of batteries and stuff like that, but like the fuel tanks, it's sort of like, well, if some of them get damaged, we just lose some fuel. Like that's sad, but not a deal breaker. I am trying to avoid outright blocking certain things, though. It may mean that I deploy fewer batteries than I want, though. So this seems fine. We may lose battery capacity, like if we're not able to like repair the back end of that. But I don't think that's going to be something that sinks us. Kind of built myself into a corner here because I either block off a big section. Yeah, anywhere I put these. So I could put a small battery in, but I don't think these are going to work. Again, I could do something kind of cheeky on the side here and say, well, we said we didn't care about fuel. Well, yeah, you know what? I did say I didn't care about fuel this way, so... And just put little battery islands that people can walk around. Well, mostly walk around. This is probably going to be hard for people to repair, but I really do not want to pull up the generator and mess around with all of that. So I think I am okay with this. Also known as the Prancing Venus. All right. We spent so much that it knocked our rebel threat level down 2%. Okay, we're in the middle of a work cycle as well. So let's say... All right, so we cleared these out. Let's get the basics down for the mine. So if we take a look at Zethane, this is a good place for a turbine even if we don't turn it on. Holy smokes, we went all the way to level 3. Well, actually with that in mind, that lets me free up another worker. Another 2 workers. Okay. I do have some artifacts to work with, so let's activate... Not so sure about this one for the Zethane generator. Like, it's a nice to have, but it's not critical. Next thing I can do is build the highway to the danger zone. We're actually really short on tier 3s now. Okay, so we are making some progress. So basically, this is the beginning of the setup for the mineral operation. I do have a little bit of a debate. So normally the way that I build these things is that I put a manufacturing center and a storage center nearby. Now, I'm going to want to leave these ruins open because you notice... Well, okay, there's one other way I can do this, and that's divert the road around. But honestly, this is the more direct path. So I may want to leave this one free just so I can redirect sort of traffic through this area. So perhaps I build either a factory here or here, and then we build a storage facility for the minerals that will be built as a result. Generally, I want to keep the factory and the storage facility pretty close, both so that they can accept raw materials, but also so they can store the the output. But again, circumstance may dictate something different. Yeah, that works. Is this thing really done that quickly? Holy hell. Okay, so I'm going to need to train a lot of replacements. Or am I?
Your city disgusts me. I can't wait to pummel it into dust.
Did this turn to city skylines while I was... No, it's always been like this. Why do you specifically point out the city building now? Okay, let's take a look. Is this a worker? I think this is a citizen. One of my favorite little details in this game is... Wait a minute, if this is a citizen, what are you doing? What are you doing away from your workplace? One of my favorite things that happens is the change in the citizen animation when you do a call to arms. So let's find out if this is a citizen or not, actually. I think that's an employee. We'll find out. There we go. Okay, so crew's still on its way. Let's go back to the science. Oop. Okay, I do want to reduce truck pollution. A lot of good things here. So part of this is because I want all of this stuff. The other reason is I want to get a better view of what options we have. It's not that hard for me to get more artifacts. I've kind of been holding them in reserve for a bit. Okay, so I think that's it. The rest would just be wasteful, so we'll stick with that. I just never, my cities never grow large enough to have that problem, I guess. I actually streamed the console version of City Skylines. I was surprised how much I enjoyed. Sorry, not surprised how much I enjoyed it in the sense that I expected it would be bad, but I was pleasantly surprised at how well that game translated to console. I was maybe a little disappointed when people said, oh yeah, but the graphics are better on PC. It's like, you know, maybe they are. I'm not in a position to say. But surely the existence of, you know, high graphical fidelity on an alternative version doesn't diminish the accomplishment of making a city builder really effective on consoles. Because I mean, I think there was like a Super Nintendo SimCity, but like, you know, I think real-time strategy is a genre that's sort of struggled to find a home on console for obvious reasons, and I sort of feel like it's possible that a city builder would as well, just because it doesn't really seem like the sort of thing. So there's a shield generator here, which may cause problems, but I don't see how I'm going to be able to cut out the energy production in a way that means anything. So again, we'll just punch him in the face as far as the guns go. We do have the good news that the turret's going to help us. All right, and we got the big guy. You played SimCity on Super Nintendo? Okay, so maybe it's just that console's always been good for these, and I've never. I just don't know, but it certainly strikes me as one of these things that could probably be a challenge. So we've already got one ship working on it. You can't fire more than one. And honestly, I want this thing to start... I want this thing to be loading up its batteries and such first. Wow, we're generating a lot of fuel. That's preposterous. I probably would not have built this ship this way if I'd known we'd be generating this much fuel. Okay, let's get some some conversions done. Okay, we're starting to run a little low on isotopes. Ooh. Device destroyed, repair all tiles to restore. What did they blow up, though? Generator. Oh, it's the engine that blew up. You know what? I think I forgot the med bay on the Prancing Venus. I did. Shame on me. Ah! A new arrival. Okay, let's see if we can... We'll grab the common salvation for... No, okay, they're fine. So we're actually going to let the Prancing Venus do its repair. So more or less the same strategy here. We're going to just keep focusing down the weapons. There's no shields on this one, so hopefully we'll have a little bit of an easier time, but there is a med bay, so they're going to have a longer period to heal. Fortunately, we do have a turret to help us out. This thing also seems to be on fire, so perhaps I should repair that before I run into serious problems. Okay, let's get the conversions in where we can. And we're definitely in need of some... Definitely in need of some ruins. These are also a source of isotopes, so I do want to keep an eye on them. Fire is a lot easier to manage now. That's a nice thing. Wow. I actually really like the way this destruction... I think this is actually something we noticed before, but the way the ships look in the middle of the fight is really cool now. After we've kind of replenished some of our minerals, I'm gonna go into Factory 19 and sort of build out the mineral operation. But I definitely got caught flat-footed as far as the...
I won't go down so easy next time, Council scum. You'd better prepare yourself.
Way ahead of him, aren't we, Founder?
I actually really like Alexa's line there because it's also a reminder. Prepare, not it is both like a compliment and a command. All right. So overall, we're in a decent shape. The only thing I would like to be different is our mining situation with the isotopes. Okay, so we'll assign you for repair. It says we've got 18 idle employees, so at this point, this is a really good indication that I should be doing other things. So first up, let's do building blueprints. It's a lot of mineral ones getting used. Yeah, we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. We don't have a lot of mineral 2s, unfortunately, but... Okay, now this is also going to need to get wired up to the grid overall, so we may be able to get some savings as far as our isotopes are concerned, but we're not going to worry about that until later. Okay, well, that's the tier 2s accounted for. We can launch you. I do have a little bit of a dilemma as far as my credits are concerned, because on one sense I would like to be getting some additional ships in the fleet. In another sense, it would be nice to build out my capacity in the spaceport. You know what? Let's work on that, and then we'll also increase the council storage. So now it's pure gravy at this point. I think we're also at a point where we can start donating minerals for extra influence, but I don't necessarily need the influence right now, so we'll just hold off on that. If there's something big I want to buy, we'll pick it, but... Okay, nothing I can do about those ships for now. This thing's already set up for minerals. Okay, so now I think we're at the point where I want to... Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is turn this off. Okay, so the power plant doesn't really have any access. Yeah, okay. So there is a version of this where I can disable it and like recycle it into something a little bit smaller, but I honestly do not see a huge advantage to doing that. So we're going to turn this thing back on. What I need to do now then is remembering that I don't... Oh, hey, I've got some isotopes I can turn into something useful. Okay. Okay, fine. Use the isotopes 3. So I actually think, yeah, the open question is, do I want to upgrade this thing to a massive pylon? And oh, actually, if I build it here, oh, but then that blocks my roadway. That is such a shame, though, because like this would be the ideal. What I'm probably going to have to do is build here and then just upgrade. But then I don't need to upgrade until I start running that mine. So we'll claim these ruins to blow them up. I'm going to do something a little reckless here. I'm actually going to turn off the mineral processor on this end. Holy smokes, we never got rid of the isotope input. So we should deal with the output we have. Okay. So we're gonna have to go all the way to tier 3. I think this is actually fairly costly to turn into a tier 3. But that also sort of reflects some poor planning on my part earlier on. And if memory serves, I think I originally said there was going to be a shipyard down here, but that's clearly not happening because of the needs. Then again, I might be able to tuck a ship now. Yeah, we're going to be fighting for space for another shipyard, I think. We'll figure it as things go by. Now, I did neglect to check out my science lab. So, we just got the biofuel adapters, so that reduces our truck pollution. That's going to be important once we start building up the citizen and employee, residences and office spaces. So the Gatling gun is interesting. It's a medium though, so it's not the most important thing I can be working on. Don't need the repairs right now, although the plant production might be energy. I only have the one plant. Well, I might be getting a second one, so that would translate into 48. I think reducing the citizen waste generation is actually a little more important here. But I don't want the fire damage, so that might be a waste too. And we'll figure something out there. We haven't hit the limit of our isotopes yet, so I'm hoping for good things. I think the time has come, though, for me to start thinking about building some of these residential buildings. So, like, we're okay pollution-wise, and the pollution's going to be going downwind anyway. So, in principle, I could actually build a bunch here and then move up. Would involve a certain amount of homelessness. Well, I suppose I could do like residence, office, residence. But then I need to flatten it out a second time. But then what would I do with this slot? Well, I just divert the road. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is actually demolish these roads because I think I need some room to plan. So if I do residence, office, resident. Clearly, I didn't think carefully enough to figure out what is this thing doing anyway. Okay, so it's hooking up the advanced tank, but surely I have other options. Yeah. Biggest thing is I'm going to need more power. Okay, so let's say this is taken up with roads. Office, no, sorry, residence, office, residence. Technically nothing here. I could try some monstrosity kind of dancing around the edges, but let's not. Oh, actually, this is the easiest thing in the world. I make this my new power plant. Okay, so if I do office, sorry, residence, office, residence. Excuse me. Well, if I keep like that, then I'm gonna bump into the activated relay. So residence, office. Sorry. God, I can't remember. I thought I had more plans. Yeah, so actually I just uprooted this road for no reason at all. Okay, so residence. Okay, residence, office, residence, residence, office, residence. Technically, I don't really have a roadway, but I can work the roads around. Okay, yeah. Sorry. This is gonna look kind of crummy, but it's gonna work. Jesus, sorry. Wow, I'm really far behind on minerals. Okay, well, we'll just wait for this thing to get built then. Going super bold. Nope, maybe not. Apparently it is already processing something. I can turn off the input though. Yeah, so we can definitely dismantle the input. It's just the processing I don't need to worry about. And I can turn on everything on the isotopes again. Well, I will be able to in a second. Okay, so I think... Well, we'll wait for the reconstruction to be done. Well, we're basically going to uproot this thing to... Oh, okay, that was an isotope. Fair enough. So I think you're ready to go. And you're ready to go. These are ready to go. These are ready to go. These should be, but I do still want to keep the tier 2s being built. Oh, actually, hang on. don't get rid of these because I need the tier 2s for a bit. And these are just sucking up juice. So this is just because I don't really have anything for these workers to do right now, so we'll put them on hold for a little bit. Okay, so I'm at a point now where I should be able to finish out the structure that I wanted for this factory. This is basically going to be replacing my the setup that I had before. Why don't you like being here? Because I'm a moron. Okay, here we go. We may not be able to complete the full spec, but we'll be darn close. It's really hot. You're going to be in front of the AC lurking. I completely understand, Takri. I don't think it's as hot as where you are. Not least of which because you're probably by a mirror. No, but I don't think we have it as bad here as some of the other regions, but it was unpleasant. I actually, so I got a new computer for work. Like, I did not purchase the computer. Work gave me a new computer to work. But they didn't set it up properly, and so what was happening was basically it would kick me out as soon as my computer locked down, even just for like a temporary like sleep or anything like that. It would not let me back on. And so anyways, apparently it wasn't set up properly is the story I was told. But the original tech that I talked to about it gave a set of instructions that resulted in me being like fully locked out from the computer. So like I had to actually physically go to the office to, it turns out, get a new computer. So it was despite having been given a new computer, it was a problem so severe that they actually had to give me another new computer within basically the first day of using it. Because the intervening time, I took like the day off for my birthday. It was like a weekend and stuff like that. Yeah, needless to say, was not impressed, but I had to kind of go out for the walk. I mean, it's nice to go out for a walk, right? But like, it was in the middle of the really hot weather, at least the daily high. So I was a bit of a wimp about it. So yeah, needless to say, I empathize. Please stay cool. Take care of yourself. And thank you for watching. Okay, so the thing that's unique about this particular setup is that I double up the employees because it allows you to convert from tier 2 to tier 3 faster. But the real thing that makes this sing is the fact that you get to have another pair of processors that give you tier 1 to tier 2, and I find those invaluable for getting my extra... what am I doing wrong here? No, the two processors kiss. Sorry, I need to work on the tech web before I go any further. But yeah, the thing that makes that sing is not so much the fact that it's not so much the fact. Sorry, let's get the movement speed down. It's not so much the fact that there's the two lines producing tier 2 to tier 3, because in the end I'm still going to be short on tier 2s like I normally am. But it's the fact that I get those 2 extra processors to go from 1 to 2. So it winds up giving me what I consider to be sort of my most valuable minerals depending on what I'm building. And that's the thing that really makes it work for me. Just trying to think. I can try unlocking the path to waste generation. It's not great, but I should do it just so I can see more of the tree. Okay, mine pollution. That'll be helpful. There may even be a reason for me to go down this path just so that I can get the reduction in mine pollution. Truck pollution will be helpful too. So even though I don't necessarily want to worry about the conversion capsule waste, I think this actually gives me some good reasons. This does as well, incidentally, but yeah, we'll work with it. For now, though, we're looking to make our workers faster. Okay, moving right along. Need to finish out the last of the opus magnum. Finally, we just need a couple of relays. So this is a really nice problem to have because... Oh, actually, that's right. I don't think we need to put relays down here. No, that doesn't make sense. I guess we just put them on the end? I can't believe it. Like, I'm obviously really proud of this design, and apparently I keep forgetting how it works. Okay, I think that's it. Obviously a big power sink, but we can afford it right now. Well, we can't once everything gets hooked up, but we have options. Okay, in the last little bits here, I'm just going to put some waste receptacles down because I've got some spare space. I'll have to tag these as tier 2 minerals, but what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the workshop, and we're going to turn off most... Actually, we're going to turn off all of this. I got to be a little bit careful in terms of what I'm dismantling, so I want to make sure that the isotope line still has what it needs. Everything else, though, I can dismantle. So this relay needs to stay. The rest of this stuff, all good to go. And there's actually an argument that we could probably dismantle the isotope build or the isotope line as well, but I may wind up with some isotopes through other means. Excellent. Oh, we are getting close to our limit for influence, so let's... So first thing I want to do is get my hands on any isotopes I can. These obsidian ruins are helpful for that. These are unfortunately out of my range. Any other goodies I can pick up? These ones, but they need 80, so I'm just gonna sit on my hands for a bit. So I'm actually going to start with a residence again. Yeah. So the eventual plan is going to be to demolish some of this and move the citizens into these more permanent structures. But because it's taking me a while to get up to the tier 3s that I need, this is a bit of a longer term mission. Also, I need to upgrade this energy pylon so that we're going to be able to get this mine running. Cadence's hovel is the first thing I want to dismantle once these things are up and running. And this is because this is going to be where my new power goes. Also, if I was under the illusion I was going to be able to run a road through here, it is so... Oh, right. No, we're just going to go through the energy pylon. That's right. Not 100% sure where I'm going to put that, to be honest, but I also don't need it right away. I'm going to try and be patient and yeah, I think I'm just going to wait till we're up to 80 so I can get the isotope 2 and 3s. Okay, slow tick up on the rebel threat meter, but I don't think it's enough to shift my plans yet. This thing shouldn't have power, but we'll double it up pretty quickly. And we're in leisure time, so people are not going to be as upset if I make them homeless. Well, they'll actually be pretty upset with me, but they won't lose me money, so... Also, we're sitting on 8,000 credits. Oh, we've already bought all our storage. So yeah, at this point, we just need to focus entirely on buying new ships. Okay, so it says this is draining power. Right, we don't have the minerals coming online. Okay, we can definitely spike the mine for a bit. We'll hit the shipyard too. Okay, the shipyard's already covered us. Probably won't cover us when the residential comes back online. But I just need a little time to be able to clear out Cadence's hovel, and then we'll be able to put another energy plant down. Yeah, we've got everything we can get out of these energy floors, so I've set myself up so that we should have a decent enough energy reserve between the inert ruins and the Ooh, I was not expecting something so favorable. Cool. That office is still going to kill us, but okay, we're ready to dismantle the building. Now, of course, we still need a whole bunch of isotopes to, we still need a bunch of minerals to be able to actually build the power plant. So we're not quite out of the woods yet, but we're in decent shape. Also, notice we've seen a significant drop in terms of the number of idle workers, so that's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? It's nice to have a bunch of idle workers, but we're at least in a position now where they're being used productively. So the basic idea here is that we've got two lines producing a bunch of tier 3s, and then we have two sort of reserves producing those tier 2s. And those tier 2s sort of exist so that I can do things like, build some emergency, habitat pods or something like that. and one of the other buildings. Normally what I do as well is I actually assign some workers to processing, but it looks like they're already kind of working on all of that. So I'm going to try and be a little more chill on letting people do what they want. You know what? I either need to make cleanup a higher priority or I need to make resource movement. I think what I'm going to start with is moving cleanup as a higher priority. We'll see if that has the effect that I want. I don't like micromanaging the employees too much. I like giving them priorities, but I don't really like micromanaging, and I feel I tend to do it too much. Okay, anyways, we have what we need for the office. So we've got 40k for our energy reserves, which is respectable, but it's not limitless, that's for sure. So I am going to risk dropping the office and then obviously upgrading it. And we're definitely short for the energy plant, so we're going to need 400 to build the energy plant that I want. Once that's done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a storage facility here, and that's going to... Oh, wait, I can't because I'm going to put the residential there. So I do actually need to put some kind of a storage facility for the garbage, and it would have been better to put it closer to the... red... Oh, no, nope, I can still put the... Okay, cool. Yeah, we can't put the garbage there. And it just so happens this is a perfect little spot for the air purifier. But that's going to cost a bunch of power, so we shouldn't build that yet. There will also be a step where I need to make some conversion centers. I think that'll be the point that I dismantle the... Actually, you know what? We can already do that now. And I'm going to argue we can do that with this storage. I am slightly inclined to demolishing this storage container as well, for the simple reason that it doesn't have a direct connection to the highway. So it arguably does not serve as useful of a purpose as, say... Oh yeah, actually it occurred to me there's a couple things that I can do. So number one, power plant here, but eventually we're going to demolish Cadence's workshop, so we can actually put another energy plant down when all is said and done. Cool. I didn't really think of that effect, but makes me happy. Okay. The crazy thing about this is that I'm really not going to use it. You know what, I do kind of need the power. This will definitely be helpful. Automated light shield's kind of neat, although I would have preferred a manual one. We're almost ready for the power plant. We can at least get the first half of it built. Yeah, so we're in pretty decent shape as far as building something sort of worthy of our name. So again, we're expecting the batteries to drain. It's negative 24, so again, it's not changed, that's for sure, but we should be able to weather it. And eventually we're going to build another batch of these, but I'm short on tier 3s. The other thing I want to keep an eye on is my level of tier 1s, because at some point I am actually going to need to turn this mine on. And again, just to give you an idea of how the mine's going to work. So extract from the mine, they either go to the storage facility 7 or factory 19. Factory 19's output goes to storage facility 7. Eventually, I do want to get this ruin monument. I'm just trying to think of the right time. Another thing did occur to me, so if I take a look, I really don't want to do this unless I absolutely have to. But as far as isotopes go, so I could build... Nope, even that mine doesn't work. Darn it! They really don't want me to get a road to my isotope building. I mean, if I get desperate, I have a way that I can build the isotope building. It's not going to make me feel good if I do it that way. I'm also trying to think, do I go crazy on getting the artifacts out of the buildings? Let's go for the raw materials from the mines first, I think. I don't need them, but they're nice. It's just nice to have an idea of when I've hit the limit of my existing resources. This'll do. So lucky me, we only need tier 2s for this. I might even consider upgrading. So I need 11 isotope 3. 99. Yeah, I don't know. I think we could afford to upgrade this energy plant if I really wanted to, and there is actually a decent argument for doing so. So basically, what I'm trying to think about now is, because we're waiting out isotopes and we're trying to avoid sort of wasting my resources, I'm trying to think, now that I'm going to have an energy plant, does it make sense for me to try and upgrade that plant, or do I want to try and build another one? In the case of the energy plant, each new one I build is going to occupy an employee, and notice that we no longer have the idle employees marker. In fact, if anything, we're probably going to have a big stack of resources that need to be moved that aren't being moved. Now again, that's not a big problem right now because, you know, we kind of have what we need for mineral enhancement. But what it does mean is that things like these isotope 2 and 3 and the mineral 9, all of this stuff's just lying on the ground, not being picked up, because I haven't assigned anybody to do that. Now, the way that I get around that is by building some conversion centers, but that will require some power. So essentially what I'm just saying here is that we're in a situation where maybe we have a bit less in terms of flexibility as far as employees than what we did before. And so with that in mind, you have to have an employee in each energy plant that you build in order to power it. And so if you build out too wide when you start thinking about your power plants, again, it's not the end of the world. You can usually figure a way out. But certainly you can wind up occupying quite a bit more of your workforce than you had intended, just by trying to be efficient in terms of your isotopes. So in this case, I know I need 99 to be able to upgrade a new command center. The reason why I'm focusing on a command center is that a command center is going to give me access to all the new tiles. And so that's a potential source for isotopes as well. So as long as I have at least 99 isotopes, I think I'll be fine. And so with that in mind, I am going to wind up upgrading the energy plant. But that's kind of one of those divisions that I like to sort of figure out for myself. It's like, okay, what are my limits? Where am I going to find these resources that I need? And I like to just sort of try and consider what the overall effect of certain upgrades are going to be. Essentially, I basically just want to get my money's worth from my next few upgrades, because if we do wind up getting extension to our mines, it's going to take a long time. Sadly, we are out of spaceport storage. Oh, that's a really interesting dilemma. This may already be reported, but I figure it's probably good to report that sort of stuff. Okay, so again, overall intentions, we're getting our energy plant up, so we're going to try and get that to tier 3 if we can. That's going to wind up generating 228 energy, and we'll have more than enough fuel set aside. I do want to eventually demolish the other, the other buildings that were housing workers. And then I'm also going to set up a storage facility to deal with the waste. But that's going to be a little bit of a slower task, and preferably I'm going to do that when I don't have a work cycle going on. So Trainee Hut will be the first one to get demolished because we can put that directly in line with the residential. Then Staff Overflow, because that will free up both the residential and the office. But the reason I want to make sure that this happens when we're not on a work schedule is just it's actually the one thing I can do is actually start building the residential and office buildings now. But this takes up 90, so it's gonna sting, but we can handle it still. So basically demolishing these things, the overflow gets absorbed by residential, office, residential, And we're essentially just going to be able to make more money in the long run off of these things. But we'll, there's a couple of things that I need to work out. So I need to demolish this pylon and figure out what I'm going to sort of put in this area here. I think I'm going to do like a roadway. I mean, I don't have to, but I don't think it would be a bad idea to set up a roadway in the surrounding area. I might even put another storage facility. But this is part of the plan of like really getting the city up to, or the Citicorp up to a force to be reckoned with as far as production is concerned. In fact, one thing I should be doing right now is actually going out and hunting rebel settlements, because I do have a pretty nasty weapon in the form of the Prancing Venus. Now, in fairness, actually, one thing I can do to make life a little bit easier for me is just turn off all the lasers. So that'll help the batteries charge up. Ah, brilliant. Okay, so we're at generating 204 energy right now, and we still have a surplus of 60 fuel. So once the work shift is over, we'll demolish the trainee hut and staff overflow, and then we'll start working on improving out the residential office and such. Hopefully by then we'll have gotten some more minerals processed. And then at that point, I start thinking about where I'm going to be putting the different conversion centers and such. So once we have enough space to sort of house all of our workers and such, I want to be thinking about how I can, how I'm going to be able to train sort of a workforce that's, like right now we're making a ridiculous amount of cash, 20K. So it'd be nice if I can sort of think about how I'm going to capitalize on that. This is kind of working at cross purposes to what I'm trying to do with Trainee Hut and such, but it's hard to turn down so much influence and so much, so many people. Cancel that, just dismantle everything. So in theory, I should also do this with staff camp. I'm going to keep this just in case, because if you'll notice, we're actually already over our cap with these residences. So in case things don't turn out the way that I planned, like if we're too slow in generating minerals, for instance, I do want the option of being able to, you know, to keep this as a place for me to put employees. But we should be fine. I don't think it'll take that long for the trainee hut to get worked on. We've got a bunch of trucks already working on the problem. We have enough for at least one residential building, and then we'll slowly, you know, file out the office and such. No point in doing the office first, because it that'll for the office you kind of need bodies to work it, and you need beds for all those bodies. You can't cheat, and you can't cheat and you'd think that maybe one cheesy thing you could do is that you build enough beds to bring like a really large population down onto the Citicorp, and then, you know, you just dismantle the beds and replace them all with offices. If you do that, like, you'll just have a bunch of citizens walking around, but they're not going to work. I believe you need to have a combination of bed and citizen to have people. Have people actually earn you money. So that just goes on the list of stuff that I tried, including, so one of my favorites was building fuel tanks beside rebel buildings to see if the rebels attacking them would would blow up the rebel city a little bit faster. That sadly didn't work either. If there's indication that ships do bigger booms when they're full of fuel, one thing I would consider is to just have it an unmanned ship full of fuel storage and just put that over the enemy ship turbine. It's a way to convert surplus minerals into tactical advantage, but there's no, I don't think there's any indication that the fuel tanks work that way. Okay, fire damage over time versus what? Waste generation, truck pollution, mine pollution. Lots of good stuff. Let's try massed emotions. I like money. So if you're wondering why I cycle through these things, it's not as big of a deal with the isotopes at this point. But I try to sort of minimize the resources I'm using. Yeah, I'm trying to minimize the resources that I use up in placing some of these buildings. So in this case, you know, this requires 2 construction units. So I'm going to get the construction units back anyway because I'm dismantling the factories. But it's just a nice little opportunity for me to try and make the most of what I've got. So in contrast, when I try to build the office, now again, I need 300 minerals, so we're going to need to wait for one more tier 3. But this takes 4 construction units, and so in this case, giving up a tier 3 isotope, which would be worth 9 construction units, that's going to be what allows me to just use 1 item as opposed to 2. And that's generally how I like to think about. So this is not the only way to think about them. But my tendency is to think about the minerals and the isotopes as individual blocks, and I treat those blocks as if they have an infinite amount of time to be upgraded to a tier 2 or tier 3. And so now in practice this isn't true, but it's what, like, the logic that I have behind it is this. So imagine there are absolutely times when you will be sitting on preposterous numbers of tier 1 minerals. It is absolutely possible to achieve, you know, hundreds if not thousands of tier 1 minerals, depending on how you set up your city core. But clearly if you're building like roads out of, you know, 20 tier 1 minerals, that is obscenely wasteful. That's wasteful by the standards of Titan wasteful. And so generally what you want to do is you would, you know, you want to upgrade your, you know, your resources, your minerals, your isotopes and that, so that you have to give up fewer. And so of course by that extension, you know, the game does discourage you. They say, like, don't use up your tier 3s on things that don't require that many construction units. And it definitely has some logic behind it. So for instance, I wouldn't necessarily see a huge advantage to using a tier 3 mineral to build an energy bridge, because a tier 2 mineral will suffice. But to me, if you work on that perspective that in the end, all of your tier 2s, given enough time, are going to become tier 3s, it's a distinction without a difference. And I mean, if you do wind up giving up some of those tier 3s, if you do wind up dismantling after the fact, then you have the added bonus of, you know, you get a tier 3 back maybe when you need it. It's kind of like a bank. But honestly, that's not the reason I do it. The reason I do it is just, it's a nice, to me, it's a useful heuristic in terms of being able to get, like, to decide which action I'm going to take and what will maximize my overall, I don't know, my overall endowment of resources. And obviously in the case of isotopes, you can sort of see how that fits its logical conclusion. I've got 7 tier 1 isotopes now. In fact, maybe I want to turn on the production line to work that through. But there was a time when basically I only had tier 3s, and at that point I sort of say, okay, well, you know, clearly at this point I'm going to want to just use tier 3 minerals for everything, tier 3 isotopes for everything, because they're already at their top level. There's nowhere else for them to go. And then, you know, again, you kind of freak out because you see large amounts from your value falling down, but that was what you had originally intended all along. So Okay. Still going to need to figure out how I'm going to develop this area. Well, maybe we'll think about that now. So we run through here. We've already got our fuel turbine running. So maybe this is a place for a conversion center. Doesn't really work as a residence or an office because of the Zethane. Yeah, I think that makes some sense. Probably going to build a an office or a command center on this slot. But again, we got to wait to see how our opportunities with the isotopes work out here. It pains me to do this, but I think I am going to demolish this one too. So why do we have space for 136 people? Huh, these things aren't as big as I thought. Well, that's fine, because we're going to have a whole bunch of influence that we can work with. So the problem I've run into here, I'm kind of a victim of my own success. I brought in too many people. And so having now demolished my staff camp, I actually don't have enough space to sort of house everybody. So I'm going to double up this office, but I need to actually start clearing these areas out so that we can start housing them here. Now, this is going to be where it's helpful for the advanced tank, because like right now, this pylon's not doing that much. But we are going to need to power this area up here. So if I'm careful in terms of my placement, we should be able to make something work. Mind you, I'm not exactly known for being careful, so I'm not known at all, frankly, but I brought this up earlier, and I don't mean to force the topic, but I feel like I've been talking about fewer real-world things today. So I'm slightly curious if anybody... So there's a few angles I can approach this from. I can say, did anybody hear about the interview with John Riccatello, the CEO of Unity, in which he perhaps said some inelegant comments about people who did not use the monetization options for Unity? The other way of phrasing this would be, did anybody read the article that I read about that? And is this an interesting point of discussion? The reason I ask is actually because that was the thing I was originally going to do a writing stream for on Monday, and decided that probably Old World would have been better. But it was something that I wasn't 100% sure whether or not I wanted to talk about it or not, or if it was better for me to just sort of focus on Titan stuff. But as it happens, we took a different direction with Titan, so we wound up sort of connecting more of our offices and residences in that. Now, this is something we were always intending on doing, but it happened a little sooner than I was expecting. In fact, one thing I can do, I can really see how quickly we replenish our mineral resources. I guess we can start building the residence now, because that's one of the things I need the most. Wow. So the road's gotta go up and around like this. So in theory, I could put the pylon here. I'm not going to lay the road yet because we do need the minerals to be able to build the residences and offices. I do need to be mindful of my isotopes at this point because, again, our magic number was 99 for the command center. And depending on my pessimism, I should either move out here for this isotopes patch, or I should move out here for access to the ruin monument and its extra influence. I need the influence less now that we're more or less cleared out of the ruins here. But we'll see. And again, part of this is a consequence of the fact that I'm short on isotopes, because normally these would already be tier 3. Okay. I have lost my patience, so we're going to assign 2 people to moving minerals and isotopes, and then everybody else is just going to do their natural movements. Actually, it looks like we've locked up a lot of people. The construction's definitely not helping, but... Okay, so here's going to be the game plan. We are going to finish the residential and office buildings up here, because that's going to kind of keep me on track for some of the other improvements that I want to make. I may or may not move the road up. I'm still not 100% sure how I feel about that. We are going to keep upgrading this, though. I'm going to build a conversion center down here. That's after we free up the minerals from the construction we're going to do up on this side. And then I need to put a a shipyard down at some point. So this doesn't work anymore. In fact, all of my shipyard candidates have basically vanished. If I kill this inert ruin, that might work. The original logic for this inert ruin being activated would be I can put fuel turbines here, take advantage of the crevices, and then still have this inert ruin generate a bunch of ethane. Whether or not I want to follow through on that is another question, but... Okay... I'm going to start with the factories first, the residences first, just because it lets me bring more people from the ship in. Okay, and I'm not going to upgrade this the whole way because we've already got the coverage we need from the tank, it looks like. So I can't afford to demolish this pylon. It's a little weird in terms of the coverage, right? Like all of a sudden we've got this big gap in the middle, but it's not something that'll like knock us off the... like we don't have any worries about being knocked off the grid unless something like really serious happens. So it works for me. I'm gonna stick with it. And then we need 400 for the office. So again, that's just it. Right now we're getting the space for the people to live, but we do need also space for them to work. So like right now we'd be 33. Okay, we're not generating 33. We're generating like 14. But ideally, we're going to be able to both house and employ. Okay, so we're up to 170. Again, these people don't have jobs yet, but we can start bringing more ships in. With, of course, the extra influence that we get as a result. It also does occasionally give us things like isotopes. It gives us extra waste. That was the trade-off that we accepted at the beginning. For those of you who haven't been with Industries of Titan for a while, it may interest you to know. So the playthrough that I'm doing right now, you may be wondering why I'm getting influence rather than spending influence. Instead of factions, what Brace Yourself are doing now is they are giving you sort of these starting bonuses or starting conditions. So the one that I picked, it says that you get influence for redirecting ships, but it does mean that those ships have extra waste. In fact, the amount of extra waste can be so high that it's impossible for that ship to land in your spaceport. Whether that's a bug or a feature, I don't know. But hey, we achieved some victory points. I will take a look. Oh, right, it's because we needed four residences. I forgot. So yeah, in this case here, I was much earlier in building my smokestack as a consequence. Actually, I feel like it's not being emptied fast enough, frankly. But yeah, in this case, it was a trade-off I was willing to make. Okay. Let's go back to the tech web. So I can go for those sweet trade tickets, conversion capsule, changes. Some tasty upgrades here, but still not that mine range that I'm looking for. And both paths to the automated light shield take 3, so... Okay, yeah, there's some good things here. I'm kind of giving up hope on finding that extra mine range, though. Oh, I could be building an office. Oh dear. Okay, sorry. I'm totally out to lunch. Okay, so employees were more or less fine. I need to build another office. But yeah, so conversion center here. I'll probably build conversion centers basically anywhere I can cram them. I suppose for lack of alternative... Oh, there's ruins I didn't explore. I suppose for lack of alternatives, I might consider shipyard here. The problem with the shipyard here is I can't expand the road out if I want to move out to this side, so it'd be better if I could push it up 1. I don't think there's a penalty for being next door to a shipyard, weirdly enough. It's only the spaceport. This, again, doesn't do anything for me. This doesn't do anything for me. Actually, this... nope, because I'm going to build a road there. Yeah, so if I want to build a spaceport, it's basically in this corner. Or not at all. Then, of course, there's the question of extra turrets. I don't know. We'll make it work. For the time being, let's just start clearing stuff out. What's the deal with the spaceport storage? Oh, we're just shy of what we needed. I'm curious if we'll free it up within the... I don't think we will free it up within the next minute or so, but we are very, very temptingly close. So we need... let me just be clear on this. So we've got... was it 42 and 12, so that's 54 plus 2 is 56. So we're at 57 of 100. So I think if we... Well, yeah, they're working it down. I don't think it'll happen in a minute, though. Like there was just that glimmer of hope, but I think I overestimate how quickly these guys are going to work this stuff down. Okay, office part 1. Part 2, we'll double them up. We might even get them done before the end of the workday, but I doubt it. And then I can start wasting my resources again. I'm not going to build the roadway quite yet. That's just pure waste. Oh, actually, I'm also way too focused on this area in particular. Okay, let me just double check that I got this right. So, oh wow, no, actually that's a lot more cut off than I thought it would be. So if I do build the shipyard here, and I think I'm going to have to, I can't build a road through here. Can't build a road through here. I am actually going to need to put some kind of a command center down. But then there's no rule saying that I have to keep the shipyard there forever. All right, well, I'll just... Oh man, yeah, all the waste is starting to come in. Yeah, so priority number 1 is definitely going to be getting another conversion, or well, our first conversion center down. Oh, these are a lot cheaper than I thought they'd be too. Cool. All right. And I'm noticing that 87% on the rebel meters. So I'm going to slightly adjust this ship design. That spaceport storage is going to be the death of me. And yeah, we're already in leisure, so we didn't get the office built in time. But that's fine. We're still making money hand over fist. Okay. So, just for clarity, the reason why I wanted to dock this thing again was I had originally intended to put a medical pod in, but unfortunately I got a little too battery focused, and as a consequence, I kind of ran out of room. So what I'm probably going to do is just demolish some of the battery packs and put in the med bay. In fact, I think probably just spike these. So obviously we lose yeah, we need the 3. Obviously we lose the power from that, so these things are worth 440 each. So I guess if we times it by 3, that's 1200, and then there's the 40, so that's 1320, I think. I'm actually going to grab the calculator for that just in case I'm wrong. The exact calculation probably doesn't matter that much, but I'm curious now. Yeah. I don't really know if people care about the shortcuts to being able to do simple... Like, okay, so, like, first of all, I don't know if this is something that people struggle with or if it's interesting, but, like, if you ever do find that you're in these, like, weird places where it's like, you know, you have a number like 440 and you have to multiply it by 3, like, that's not necessarily obvious. So one of the ways I try and make sense of it is just do the 400 first, right? Because everybody, well, maybe not everybody, but it's not that hard to do 4 and 12. At the very least, you just count 3 groups of 4, and you know that doesn't take a whole lot, so that gets you to 12, and then you just add on a couple of hundreds, and then at that point, well, you already know the number 12, so you just do that in the tens. So you know you have 1200, you add 120, that gets you 320, and generally that sort of stuff, for me at least, is helpful when you're trying to do things like calculate tips or, you know, any other anything else along those lines. Actually, it just occurred to me I can stick a couple extra battery packs in. Because most of the time, as long as you just know to like move the zeros around and stuff like that, you'll be fine. But again, whether or not that's interesting to people, whether or not that's something that they wanted to know, is an open question. People may even just be able to do the proper math in their head, and I'm not contributing anything. So this is a little silly, like we're on the verge of a rebel attack, and I'm adding parts. Notice, by the way, we were at hundreds of minerals, so slowly we've worked that down to the 60s. So I am going to save this. All right. So between the turret, the Junior, the Loquacious Adder, and the Prancing Venus, we should be able to manage whatever gets thrown at us. Okay. I also forgot to hook up the conversion center, so we're going to do that now. We're also out of isotopes, so I'm going to make an adjustment to Cadence's workshop because every employee we can get access to helps. Also, you know, energy's nice. We'll keep those two working on it just because it's kind of nice to have the tier 3 isotopes. It gives me a better idea of where we stand on some of this stuff. But at this point, let's keep clearing things out, grab ourselves some artifacts to get some research done. And you know what? We can probably just hit the call to arms early. So one of the considerations I need to be making here is there's going to be some places that I don't. Oh yeah, so I think I said that this would be a good spot for a conversion center. So that's where I can build another one. In fact, I can probably get away with that now. No, looks like I was premature. One thing I don't like about this is that it's going to take some effort to clean out the waste from conversion. However, it is next to my waste storage facility, so this I think is a little more defensible than some of the others. Here, I want to actually get that highway built. And then I was also meaning to follow up with a storage facility for all the waste here. So we'll drop one of those. Finally, I wanted an air purifier, which might be killing me on my energy. Yeah, 20 is not cheap. So, I need to come up with another plan for... Actually, you know what? There is some minor danger in and giving up on the isotopes, but it is actually to my advantage to dismantle everything here, so I'm basically saying I'm not going to have any more isotopes by doing this. Oh, there's a little more work that needs to be done here, so I'm going to keep those around, but we got to ditch the fuel tank.
A council patsy is no match against my righteous fury.
I really love how all the voice acting for Zoran goes to 11. Particularly when like the music comes up for the combat music, like it's definitely very memorable. All right. So I think the Rainbreaker is the tougher of the two. That was ridiculous. So we actually get a chance to demolish their life support as well. So it's possible we can get by without any damage on our ship. So like notice we just obliterated their life support, so they're going to be draining, and in the meantime we're able to take out their weaponry as well. Oh. But I should be paying attention to what's going on. So there is another Rainbreaker, and that's going to be a considerably more challenging fight, I think. Whoa! That was after the Ancient Relay. So obviously we're not going to be able to go after the life support like this one. Okay, so it looks like we got a little bit of damage on the Prancing Venus, but certainly nothing catastrophic. We should be able to see the freaking out colonists while we do this. Let me just get some repairs in. There they are. Run for your lives! Gotta switch dance partners. This is one of these times we're going to be able to do the same strategy. So clearly this other ship is ridiculously overpowered compared to the Rainbreaker. Now they have multiple Rainbreakers, that's where the trouble came from, but we're safe now. Oh, and some tech got researched while I wasn't paying attention. Okay, as always, we just want a quick look at what we've got. So trade ticket generation rate, not the most important thing for me to follow up on right now. Truck pollution is going to be a problem. Oh, but we're out of artifacts. Wow, okay. I was really asleep at the switch. Oh, of course, because we've been training so many employees. Yeah, so if anything, I'm going to want to expand my reach just so we can get the artifacts to keep up with our demand. Okay, so let's cancel the
Beat me
alarm.
next time. I'll make sure of it.
So I think we should start doing some scouting here. I'm a little underpowered for a fight against some turrets and such, but let's try our luck. I also want to take a second here with the tech web and see. Truck movement speed's good, but obviously I want that mine range. Okay. We're going to get the Loquacious Adder to put as much power as it can into this fight, and we're not doing it expecting that they're going to win. We're just drawing some fire so we can take out the turret. I'm gonna get pretty close to the edge on the wow, I was not expecting us to win that fight. So let's at least lend our attack. I gotta be careful on how much damage I'm taking. I think I've only got one more attack in on me. Yeah, it's a little too close to the edge. So hopefully that thing doesn't have a range. Okay, good. So of course now the Prancing Venus is going to be taking a lot more damage. But what I want to do here is I'm actually going to try and get some chip damage on the level 3 Rebel turret. Basically gives me a chance to sort of repair this guy, and then we come back. Now that's gonna, I think the destruction of Rebel buildings, if I recall, gives you a bonus to net worth, which means that that does make the Rebels more aggressive, so I may have to deal with a retaliation. Yeah, 19 already. So I don't expect a huge payoff from what I'm doing here. Oof. Yeah, we can't afford this fight. I'm gonna make an effort on it, but I definitely need some more firepower before I try. Also, I need more power. So one thing I can do is actually shut off the conversion centers. So that's a start. But it's definitely not a permanent solution. I'm still trying to think if I've got a clever way around the edge. Well, so it did just occur to me. If I put the shipyard here, that doesn't block the westward expansion. It does kind of block the highway. but I have other ways around that if I need. This should only be for waste. Oh, I guess I need to have an employee in this thing to count. So I'll explain why I built this air purifier here. I mean, one thing is the air pollution, I suppose, but that's not the real reason. There we go. So the way the victory conditions work in the game now is that you'll have sort of these tiers down below. And in order to get the points for the tier above, you need the preceding ones. So for instance, we need 24,000 credits, which I wasn't actually expecting to have at this point, but hey, it's my lucky day. So that gives us tier 1, I think it's just 1 point. Yeah, so right now I've achieved 2 points worth in tier 1. If I build 4 fuel silos, which I absolutely will, I will get an additional, I'll get sort of an additional credit. Next up, we needed to clear 8 resource patches. Now we don't get the points for the resource patches until we're at High Roller. Likewise with Landlord, we do not get the bonuses for that until Purifier Maven, unless it's changed since they implemented it. So one thing I can work towards is owning 4 defensive turrets. Now those defensive turrets need to be on to count, but they also take a lot of power, and I'm right now a little more constrained for space than it would seem at first glance. So I'm going to hold off on doing that for the time being. Also, I just have an opportunity to sort of blow up the rebels, so I might as well take advantage of that, right? But yeah, so one of the things I can work on, storing 85,000 energy. This gives me a reason to start building some energy storage. Nothing in tier 4. Now that's going to be worth 3 points, sorry. Also local leader, so retaining 130 citizens. That's quite desirable, but I can only do that after I get 4 defensive turrets. So this gives me an excuse to focus a little bit on my energy generation, get some turrets to defend my territory. Definitely a turret here to protect the mining and fuel operation and such. Probably a turret over here to protect the isotopes if I ever wind up building that. Probably it'll go like here. But again, all of this stuff is, down the road. So I've currently got 9 points. We are likely to be able to claim another 5, so that would bring us up to 14. And this would be another case of getting 4. So that would take us up to 18. Still not bronze victory. So impenetrable 10 defense turrets is quite a tall order. So is 12. Actually, all of this stuff is pretty tough. So we're definitely going to need to be in isotopes land for this. So we may still be a bit. We may still need some. We probably need to see. Well, okay. There's going to be 2 things. One, I want to see what tier 5 looks like, because I have a feeling that this column is gonna be a real winner for us. Top employer seems to be the most likely for me to achieve. So that's just, another reason for me to build the fuel silos. Fuel silos are really ideal for these little kind of islands where I can't see any reason to be putting things like highways. It's tempting, but we're going to take the artifacts. Yeah, I think we're at a point where we need another shipyard, if only so I can just, spend my money and get the last few designs. Sorry, I should be reading the biographies for the different ships. I guess biography doesn't quite apply to a ship, but you know what I mean. What else am I trying to achieve? So yeah, it's clear even 56 employees, we're still sort of struggling to achieve everything that we want. I'm a little surprised the smokestack's not being supplied, given that we have 80 jobs and we've got 3 people. Okay, so I'm actually gonna... I don't like forcing this sort of stuff, but I think we kind of have to at this point. Okay, we're more than ready for our shipyard. Now again, this may be a temporary placement for it, but that's fine. So we're getting a decent little collection of tier 1 isotopes. Probably not enough for me to say we need to rebuild a production line, but if we run short, we have options. I think there might be some sense in waiting for the 30 influence to just get these remaining ruins down. I'm not in any rush to sort of redirect the flow of traffic or anything like that. And it seems to me that this is another good spot for things like power plants and fuel storage and such. One funny thing is that when you double up buildings like this, it actually kind of hurts your effort. So for instance, when you take a look at the objectives that say, you know, build 4 residences, well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Whereas technically I would only need these 2 if I didn't double them up in order to get the achievement. But I like doubling up because of the space efficiency, and then, you know, it is a weaker structure defensively. But generally I'm able to sort of keep my ships in the right spots and otherwise just be able to make the most of my my defense resources. So generally I've tended to find that, you know, doubling up the buildings is worth it from an efficiency from an efficiency point of view, even though it may be the sort of thing that you feel uncomfortable with because of the idea of trying to defend them. Then again, I have definitely learned my lesson with a few of the like the inert ruins. Like those have definitely been ones I've struggled to defend properly. So I think if I'm completely honest, the jury's probably still out on the matter, but it's worked for me so far, I think. Okay. So we're going to be able to build some new ships and that, but honestly, the thing I want to do right now is that past a certain point, you need to buy hulls. So in this case, we will be researching other hulls. I don't know if I need to pay for them after researching them, but this is the last batch of things that I needed to use credits for. As it turns out, we're still past the 24,000 for our goal, so we didn't even lose that. Oh, this is interesting. My rival's actually been doing a pretty good job themselves of achieving the goal. So 5 upgraded buildings, 4 migrant ships, 15 employed citizens, 64 citizens, 3 offices, 10 buildings, and a partridge in a pear tree. I'm curious whether or not this would reveal it to the rival as well. I'm kind of curious to see how all this stuff works in campaign mode, to be honest, but that's a consideration for another time. Okay, the Loquacious Adder is going to be another screening ship again. So the aim on this one is going to be to free up enough space for the Prancing Venus, which seems to be moving a lot slower than I remember it. Huh. I built this in reverse. I wanted the engines to be in the back. Oh well, I mean, clearly it's got 4 engines. It just doesn't move as quickly as I thought, clearly. But yeah, we're gonna work down that tier 3 again. So the Loquacious Adder unfortunately is gonna get hit by 2 sets of turrets, as well as defending ships. So it's not gonna be able to do its thing for quite as long. But again, the point The point of this ship is to screen. We do the best that we can. If we can take out the enemy ship, so much the better. But this is really all about giving some cover for the Prancing Venus. Yeah, this thing's getting ripped through pretty quickly. They got another volley and that's it. That's a little too close. I might have been able to survive a bit more, but I don't think it's worth running the risk. So Prancing Venus. Okay, so the first thing. Oh, sorry. First thing I'm going to do with the Prancing Venus is actually get out of the turret combat. So right now, three different things are targeting it. So the first thing I want to do is target the enemy ship exclusively. Oh, no, looks like it's not. Looks like it's not taking the bait. So I am gonna have to force the issue. Oh wow, it looks like they just straight up gave up. Okay, well, I'm not going to complain. Looks like we do also need to work on some batteries for this guy, so... I don't think I'm going to be able to take out this turret. I will keep an eye on my overall health for sure. But the closer I can get to achieving that... I'm actually also going to be interested to see whether or not I am... So I actually think I could take out the Rebel HQ. Okay, so now we move back. Ooh. It's a little bit of a dance here. We got to make sure that we're in range of the pennants, but not the turret. Yeah, so some of our systems are down, but I think we should be able to do a... We may not be able to take them out, but we should be able to make at least a good showing of it. I'm very disappointed that I didn't repair my ship in time. So we'll see how this goes. Oh, that sounds a lot like it's being attacked by a turret. Nope. Okay, we seem to be fine. Efficient exhaust pipes research complete. Okay, so that was reducing our truck pollution. I am eventually going to need the... power, so we'll at least unlock the branches. Both of these are actually things I want as well. And that's it for my... That's it for my artifacts for now. My research pipeline does not spark joy. So one bit of good news here is they don't have a med bay on this ship. I really should actually be building another pair of chats. Actually, yeah. I don't even need to think about this, really. Just gonna build a couple more of these. So the open question is whether or not we're going to be able to take out the crew in time, or if we just wind up like blowing up the ship. Oh, they do have a med bay. That explains a lot. Okay, so we may actually have to withdraw from this fight. So this thing does very gradually get worn down. I am going to launch the Loquacious Adder just in case we need it. We're like so dangerously close to being able to take this ship out, but I think we are going to need to pull it out in the last minute. And that's the thing that scares me the most, because I can see so many situations in which I just blow it. It's like, this is probably the point I should say enough is enough. I'm actually also going to adjust my strategy slightly. We should be putting more damage on the med bay than we are. So we go from 37 to 30, admittedly after a couple repairs. Man, yeah, it's so close. I think we win. Yeah. But by a whisker. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh God, I was not planning on that. Okay. We have got 59 tier 1 minerals, which, given the way that the blueprints work, that's over half of my minerals. If we did everything, it just uses 1 and 2, which I don't like. Yeah, so we'll use tier 3s only. Makes me feel bad, but how much health does this thing have? 2 hit points. Okay, so again, we don't expect miracles here, but I'm just keeping the pressure up on the rebel turret. And this is the one that's both more damaged as well as kind of dishes out more pain. So, and I believe we can actually attack the HQ with impunity if for whatever reason we successfully destroy this turret, which I don't think we will. Excuse me. You're at 121. So we basically get one more round of those and then we have to run. In fact, I think it's better that we just run now. I wanted to stick around to do the extra attack, but I don't think it's worth it. So while we're waiting, I feel like I should be boosting up my my batteries. Also, I gotta turn these things back on to convert the crew that will be joining this ship. But we'll worry about that a little bit later. Haven't you guys ever heard of trucks? Come on, guys. I guess we used all the trucks. I am actually quite surprised that we've been able to skimp out on isotopes this long. It really does make me think about the way that I approach going tall so early. Definitely something to consider in the future. So again, we're just waiting on the artifacts from this ruin. 15 seconds. I figured it's not that big of a deal to be letting the batteries drain for that long. And then we're not going to be able to get everything back, but we can at least get a substantial portion of our workforce. And in this case, like on the margin, that does matter for me. For the most part, my workers are quite busy. And again, we want more than a storage space, so I'm not too fussed about running short for a bit. All right. So I could start building another ship, but I think in this case we're gonna get the loquacious adder repaired. I am, however, gonna throw this thing straight into the fire. The giant wasp. Oh wow, okay, apparently we do have a lot of slack in the... setup. I'm a little disappointed to see such little attention on the cleanup. But I can mess around with that later if it becomes a problem. I think I might actually just take the giant wasp and move it straight over to the other rebel turret. Get somebody starting on the rebel HQ and then turning around. And I changed my mind. I think for the shipyard I am just gonna start building a... So another Cathartes. Now, the importance behind destroying rebel HQs is not as big as it used to be. This is really just so that I can improve my cap as far as as far as influence is concerned. And then also maybe just give myself some expansion possibilities. I have a couple more 30 influence ruins that I want to clear out. So the destruction of the HQ is probably going to be enough to push the rebel threat over the edge. This is one of the reasons I only want one of these ships to be damaged in time for the retaliation. Okay, so this is going to sting as far as tier 3. Oh wow, we don't have it. Now we do. So we just wiped ourselves out as far as tier 3 minerals are concerned, but I don't have any like super pressing kind of jobs for them. Once the Rebel HQ goes down, I'm going to move the Prancing Venus over the Rebel turret so we can double up the attack. Again, this is probably not going to be able to participate in any kind of battle, but we've got the rest of our fleet ready to go. And I do need a minute just to make sure. Okay, so we're full up on the battery, so in this case there's no advantage to keeping these things off. Oh, hang on, we gotta turn the medbay back on. So that HQ is going to be dead by the time we arrive. Okay. So we'll just get an eye on the threat meter. 97. Okay, so we might be able to take out the turret in time. I'm definitely keeping the old ship in place because that's my screen. But definitely by adding the extra ships, we're going to limit the amount of time that's being hit. Okay, so just straight up call to arms now. There's no point in even discussing it. And in this case, right, we're not going to see any conversions happen, so we might as well just turn those centers off.
Give my regards to your puppet masters at the council. Once I'm done with you, I'll be coming for them next.
Okay, so we basically just want to get everybody back in range of our city, because we don't know where the rebels are going to be coming from. This is going to be a little tougher than it seems. Actually, let's get the Loquacious Adder to deal with the Common Salvation. Because I have a feeling there's going to be some reinforcements that make me sad. Ooh, that's a tough looking... Alright. We may have to switch out one of the tougher ships. I'm going to turn off the medbay for a little bit just so we can get the energy back. But I'll turn it back on as soon as we engage in a fight. Gonna try and drag it in a little bit closer to the turret. Okay, so I don't want it to be fighting too much over my existing buildings because clearly we do not want to lose our buildings. So if we have a hope of winning this fight, it's by killing their crew. may work, and we do have the defense turret backing us up. So we'll see how long the Loquacious Adder can hold the line. Fortunately, the Lost Tiger is also going to be contributing. And there was the anticipated backup. So this is a big guy. Oh, looks like we lost Frass on the Loquacious Adder. So that's a shame. I'm not really in a point where I can sort of afford to be replacing crew like this. But we work with what we've got. So this is definitely something that would have been better suited for the Loquacious Adder. But it's the order that it arrived in, so... So there's quite a bit as far as life support is concerned here, but I figure I can do something kind of mean, and I just double up the attack on, like, it's close enough that I'm actually able to double up the 2 lasers, so in addition to damaging the weapon, we actually do potentially a triple whammy on the gunners, which effectively exterminates them. So it doesn't matter that they have a lot of crew, we're still going to be able to take them out. In the meantime, I should be claiming the last of these few ruins, because I'm going to need some more workers. Oh dear. Alright, looks like we're going to have to intercept the hammer. Alright. This should be... Well, no, because we're going to have people... Oh, wow, no, sorry, we lost our entire crew. Wow, okay. I thought we only lost the one. Never mind. Actually, with that in mind, we should just dismantle the whole thing. So this is a considerably easier attack. I think we'll actually do the same. No, I'm going to make sure that one of these things is also taking out the med bay. So that way if somebody's healing up, we potentially get some extra damage in too. Okay, we'll go to the command center to... That's not... Yeah, we'll hit repair all. And I think the rest of this should basically sort itself out. It revoked the fleet commander because I've got 2 of my ships being repaired. Actually, it occurred to me I don't want to repair this one. That's a waste of money. What I want to do instead is dismantle everything. I'm surprised there's not a dismantle all. Yeah, there we go. We are seeing a pretty decent drain on our battery here. I don't think it's that big of a problem, but I may want to keep that in mind when I start building the extra turrets. Those are going to be they're going to be a liability, even if they do help us with our defense. But yeah, I'm fine letting this play out. We took the base that we wanted, so if we take a look at our influence, I think I for some reason thought it was 100. It's actually 50, but 150 is still good. And if I want, I can double it up with the Ruin Monument. The only catch is that right now we don't have a lot of use for it. We more or less got the territory that we want, and we're I mean, we're not like getting influence at a preposterous rate, but it's not like it's not lagged by any, you know, any stretch of the imagination. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple little tricks here. So first off, we don't really need this ship for combat right now, so we're actually gonna disable everything. And this is gonna be the old trick that we do in terms of just maximizing the power and then fuel as well eventually. But
Mark my words. I will destroy you next time, Founder.
if I can, I'd also like to move this away from the fuel turbine. Oh, well, I guess this fuel turbine isn't running, but still. I'd prefer to put it in places where it's not... Okay, so we can dismantle this ship. The Harpig has served us well, but we have a new model. Okay, so we'll move the Lost. We'll take the Lost Tiger and get that a little, give that a little repair. We are eventually going to want to improve the fuel and such, but for the time being, I'm content giving it some repairs. And I could be doing repairs, but we might as well start up the Cathartes. So we're at 36 tier 3 minerals, so I'm not going to be able to give it that ridiculous loadout like we had. But in the end, we are going to have four big mean ships. All right, so as usual, we'll turn off the weapons for a bit. So unfortunately, this is never going to be repaired in its current state, and this is just because of the way that I built it. But again, I'm happy cycling this thing out, you know, one at a time in one of the shipyards while this thing gets built. It's not, you know, we're not in a lot of trouble here. I am a bit worried about the waste situation. So we've got 2 waste buildings that are basically at capacity. Now, part of that is probably because of the conversion. Ideally, I would be upgrading the smokestack, but of course that has power implications as well as isotopes. Well, you know what? Turning it to level 3? I feel a little concerned about it. But I do actually think being able to churn through the waste we're generating faster is a reasonable enough priority to bite the bullet. I may even build a second smokestack, but if I can avoid it for the time being, I'd like to. Wakami boost engines. All right. I am not nearly as bothered by waste as you are, Immortal Melody. Pollution resistance is tempting. Is it the most important thing I could be getting right now? And they're at perfect health, so energy is probably my bigger priority right now, if I'm completely honest. We don't even really need to worry that much about employee salaries. Okay, so the real dilemma is this. Citizen waste generation is the most sensible for my current problem, but it doesn't reveal that much of the web. Energy plant production does, but I don't need it as much right now. Okay, you know what? No, we gotta kill the reduced citizen waste. I can, however, unlock these 2 bridges. All weapons. Okay. Command center range is not bad. Defensive, well, I think we already knew about the reload time. Range is nice. I don't hate these. But you know what I'm really looking for. Okay, this thing's already connected. This is going to cost 3 no matter what, so we can use this for more intel. Yeah, it's not looking good as far as that extended mine range. We might get lucky. I guess the biggest thing is that, like, while it has limited me in terms of getting the various upgrades to my buildings, I haven't been feeling the isotope pinch yet, so... here's what I'm gonna do. I do need to wrap up reasonably soon, but let's just get everything into position. Okay, so we've got a nice little batch of fuel and power being generated here. Yeah, we'll just let nature take its course, and so we'll wait for the smokestack to finish, and then I think that will be it for tonight. I'm assuming these trucks are in their spots because the smokestack wasn't being worked. But yeah, 3 employees working on burning waste. It seems like we've been able to manage the storage situation. I do question, though, whether or not we're going to have problems if this storage facility is already getting filled up. It did occur to me that I was going to... So honestly, at this point, we just dismantle everything. So I was eventually going to turn this into something for power. It seems that I don't need that power anymore. Can that be true? I might send this little pack out to go hunt some more rebel bases. Okay, same trick as before. There's not a whole lot that we're going to be building outside of these ships for the current purpose. Okay, so you can get all your stuff powered again. So yeah, there's 5 other rebel bases. Now the thing is that the more aggressive I am in pursuing those bases, the greater the waves come after. So I don't want to, like, I don't want to poke the bear unnecessarily. On the other hand, it sure would be nice to be able to take advantage of a good position. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, one thing I am doing is sort of, I am sort of cutting my workforce out by building these, by building these ships with 6 workers. On the other hand, given the fact that most of my workforce seems occupied with the construction of these ships, maybe that's not as big of a problem as I thought before. I don't know. We'll see. This is the last of my territory, so... There was another 30 that I didn't realize. So we basically have about 60 influence worth of stuff to claim. Sorry, my apologies. 80. I'll think about what to do with this inert ruin, but for the most part, like, this is it, tech-wise, and so there is a reasonable question in terms of what my next step is, production-wise. I might even just take a command center so that I can mine out all these isotopes in the upper area here. It doesn't really even need to be all that elegant, to be honest. I just need it done. That'll at least give me the option of, upgrading all that. Like, being able to upgrade the residential and offices in particular, that'll be supporting just an absolutely massive army of workers. And it, again, saves me the effort of needing to eat into the isotope, or to do a suboptimal isotope node. The other argument, of course, is to take the Ruin Monument. I am going to be able to build another power plant. And getting a lot of influence seems like a really nice way of more rapidly claiming and working all of these tiles. Then again, actually, if memory serves, influence is something that can creep up on you as far as the rebel threat meter, so I may need to think that through. The other thing I could do, it just occurred to me, would be we can scout for another isotope node. Like, if we can find one in this area, then we just, build a road out to that, and we don't worry about this one anymore. That was probably the smarter thing for me to do. Okay, as always, we'll turn off all the guns, the med bay, fill it up with resources, and then send it off to war. Not what I meant to do. Hey, I got an achievement. Prepare for launch completed. All right, so I don't know. I feel like maybe I didn't explain my steps as well as I could have tonight. It's always hard to know whether or not people are like fully aware of what's going on in the game, but generally here is the state of play, and I'm actually going to pause for it because we're done for tonight. But yeah, so as far as victory conditions are concerned, we still have a day before we're going to be able to find out that last section. Now, to be completely honest, right, like 224 credits is nothing to us. I could find out the top tier if I really wanted. I thought I wouldn't get the points for this, but it looks like we have. So that's 1, 2, so that's 3. So 6 here. But we have 12 points. Okay, either I suck at math, or we've got unexplained victory points. So Tier 1 High Roller is 1 point. Air Purifier, 1 point. 2 point for Resource Harvester, so that's 4. 6 for Landlord. We don't have defensive turrets. We don't have Philanthropist. This is worth 3. So this tells me we should have 9 unless I've achieved... Okay, I'm gonna feel like an idiot for submitting a bug report on this, but I do actually want to work this out. I'm actually gonna write this down to make sure I'm not going nuts. Okay, so we have 1 point from High Roller, 1 point from Purifier Maven. Impossible to generate points from this. 0 points from Fuel Philanthropist. So this is worth 2 points. So 2 from Resource Harvester. 2 from Landlord. 0 from Impenetrable. Null for the military column. Now, these are worth 3 points. So we have 0 points from Power Prepper. Null. 0 from Local Leader. In theory, 3 points, but I was under the impression I should complete the section before it. So null, not even the possibility of numbers here. Now this is one I like. Highly connected, own 84 connected buildings. This is, hey, Miss Ariella, good to see you. I'm actually just wrapping up fairly soon. But it does give me a chance to shout you out. Miss Ariella is an incredibly tolerant streamer. I will usually tell her important facts like your IQ is highly correlated with your ability to touch your elbows behind your back. And I will comment on her fine British accent and get banned from Borderlands. But for some reason or another, she has not yet banned me from her broadcast. No, Miss Ariella is an Australian broadcaster, somebody I've had the pleasure of meeting in person in... somebody I've had the pleasure of meeting in person at a wonderful bar called EXP. For those of you who've seen Brian on the Rocks when I hosted him, he's actually the guy who owned that. Sadly, it closed down, but he is bouncing back with a fancy job at a little indie company you may have heard called Respawn. But yeah, Miss Ariella is definitely somebody who I've known for quite some time on Twitch. And it is very dangerous. Like, obviously, so much of the stuff that I talk about in terms of the broadcast always, like, really has this risk of bordering on gossip. And I don't like that feeling for the most part, because my feeling of it is this, is that if you watch sort of enough, YouTube and Twitch content, like user-generated stuff, the danger is that it's one of the easiest tricks in the world to create a sense of community from opposition. And this will be, you just take a look at the numbers of communities that build up over something like disliking the Epic Store, or, we were talking about this earlier, like PlayStation versus Xbox, and things like that. And you do not need to define yourself in opposition to something. It, in fact, can be much more rewarding to celebrate things and to, to be able to talk about the things that you like. And a really good example, one thing that really disappoints me is I cannot count the number of positivity streamers who will then talk about, oh yeah, I got to do a hot tub stream now because like nobody's going to watch my stuff. And it's like, the people who are watching hot tub streams are never going to be watching a bearded guy play a strategy game. That is never going to happen. They are on they are on this platform because they want a certain type of content and you are not providing it. Don't pretend that you would have an audience. I mean, for all I'll get a bowl of hot water and put my feet in it. That's a piece of cake. I am definitely not a positive. Wait a minute. Did I tell any of you of the story of the first time I met Miss Ariella? Because this will tell you exactly what you're getting into if you were to actually see a hot tub stream from me. Imagination is key. Yeah, you're gonna have to use a very active imagination to create, because it's really funny. The first time I met Miss Ariella, Because like it's funny that I've heard. Oh yeah, I played that joke on all of you already. Never mind. Miss Ariella has heard me tell that story so many times, and she absolutely did not say that, but I've repeated it enough that people think that it might even be true. But anyways, the reason why I started talking about, defining communities and oppositions to things is that I think it's a very easy way to go. And like I said, there's a lot of people who like to call themselves positivity streamers that do allow themselves to think that way and will talk to their community that way. And it really makes me uncomfortable because I don't like what's lying under that. And it's harder, but it is also worth it to make the constructive case. I guess the example I would give is that there's a lot of political discussion right now that talks about how bad the other side is. And as somebody who's worked on election campaigns and everything from the municipal to the federal level, and incidentally, for parties of different stripes, I have actually worked for conservative candidates. Now, I realize that in Canada, particularly in Vancouver, conservatism is going to mean something different. But I've actually worked on campaigns for people I personally wouldn't vote for, but they paid me, right? So, I'll gladly take their money. I haven't done it like a lot, but I've definitely worked for people who I would not personally vote for. But I don't know, like I think there's a lot of reasons why we're in sort of the political moment that we're in, but I definitely feel like it's quite common to run into people who have the sentiment, they're all the same. And they're really not. Actually, I mean, I think Ariella in particular is going to appreciate this because I know there's a feeling in Australia that it's like the only way to waste your vote is to vote for one of the two larger parties, and everybody votes for one of the two larger parties. Now, I don't necessarily believe that because I don't know enough about the Australian political landscape to know whether or not I would support, one of the smaller parties. But, for those of you who think that getting rid of first past the post is going to get rid of all of your complaints about politics, no. Kenneth Arrow has already demonstrated that there's never going to be an electoral system that you like. But like I said, I mean, the Twitch is not as important as what laws shape your life, and they're even like basic stuff like whether or not government services accept credit cards. Like there's just so much stuff that gets rolled up into that. There's so much stuff that gets ignored in these kinds of debates. But your actual quality of life goes up by quite a bit for like the really little stuff that nobody pays attention to. Like municipal politics have the lowest turnouts and probably have the most direct effect on your life. Oh, sure. I mean, this is the thing, Tikri. It's like there's so much to be mad at, particularly in your country. There's so much to be upset about. And there's clearly things that are not working. But to me, it's always been like, it does need like the active participation of a citizenry and more than just on the 4-year cycles. This is such a terrible thing to bring up at the end of a broadcast. So I don't know. I'm probably more optimistic than I should be on these things, but I do feel that the mechanisms that have allowed it to become quite frightening in some cases are the same ones that can allow things to turn around. I mean, everybody has that joke, Immortal Velity, but I think one of the big challenges that we have right now. Okay, so actually, this is where I'm going to talk about some controversial stuff for a little bit. I'm gonna keep it very narrow, but I think this might actually be very instructive. So we all kind of joke about, if I'm the de facto fascist leader, that would be the best one. And of course, everybody believes that. And, this is why we need to go. And like everybody thinks this, everybody makes this joke. But the more frightening side of things is actually that. And I will actually get to where I was going to say, I was going to compliment Miss Ariella through this originally, but we've opened an interesting door. So let's close it and then we can move on. one of the big problems that we have right now is that people are actually acting as if this is the system. And the reason I say this is because the frequency with which people will effectively say that the elected representatives that they will potentially vote for have to sort of pass this ideological purity test, that has gone up by quite a bit. One of the examples that I give is I knew someone in Vancouver who said that they could never vote for Justin Trudeau because there was apparently some vote about drug prices, and they couldn't actually tell me what the specific legislation was about, and I tried looking for it and I couldn't find it. But according to them, Justin Trudeau did not show up to that particular vote, and that was an indication that he was unfit for being voted for. Now, the thing to remember is that in Canada at that point, the choice was Stephen Harper, who is certainly one of the harder right conservative prime ministers that we've had, or Justin Trudeau. It was going to be one of those two in terms of the election. But that relatively minor piece of legislation that was not even voted against, but he just did not show up to vote for. And usually the reason for that is that it's a particularly divisive piece of legislation. You kind of know that it's going to be defeated already. The Conservatives did have a majority at that point. I am definitely not going to be able to explain the Westminster system to the people who are not Canadian. So just trust me that like the severity of the infraction for Trudeau, if this is in fact something that he did, was very minor compared to what I knew the sort of policy preferences of my friend were. They certainly would not want to see another Conservative majority. And yet, they're not actually willing to take the action to weaken or remove the Conservative government by voting for the candidate again, you can't actually vote for the Prime Minister. You have to vote for the representative of their party in the Canadian system because, again, Westminster system. But basically, they were so strict in terms of the fact that the individual needed to line up with their ideals that they were actually willing to take I actually asked them, and they did not vote in the election, which I was very sad about. But I mean, the right to vote is the right to abstain, right? So, why am I bringing this up? That seems very silly, and yet I don't think that that's an uncommon point of view. So it's either they're all equally corrupt, which is clearly not true, or it will be I cannot vote for this individual because they don't believe in X, Y, Z. They don't believe in Medicare for all. They don't believe in women's right to choose. They don't believe in some of these. Now I say women's right to choose because that's actually something which could be a major red line for people, right? And the thing is that it's also a major red line on the other side. And this is where it was going to get controversial, is that one of the cases, and again, I need to acknowledge, one, I'm not a woman. Number two, I'm not an American. So what I'm going to offer here is on a topic where I probably need to listen a little bit more than talk. But I do think it's a really good example of the thing that I'm talking about, because the decision that the Supreme Court made was catastrophic. Who could have thought that this would be something that we would ever have to deal with again? And of course, the legislation that just passed in the House, at least, enshrining same-sex marriage and interracial marriage, is one of these things that you would think is not necessary. But I think there's a really good argument to be made. I think Josh Barrow actually made this argument that the law probably should be like the state of the world, the state of the country should probably be enshrined in the form of laws. But the more important thing is that it's the fact that it actually forced the Republicans who didn't support those measures. It actually put them into a tough spot, that they actually had to go out of their way and say, no, we do not support that kind of marriage equality. And of course, this has implications for races down the line in terms of things like the midterms. And so personally, I actually would kind of wish in the United States that they would take a similar approach to some of the legislation regarding codifying abortion access in terms of U.S. law. And one of the reasons this isn't happening is because the largest, kind of the most comprehensive bill is the one that's really being pushed. And the reasoning behind that push for that legislation is sort of saying that we can't lose ground on Roe versus Wade. So essentially they're looking for the kind of the full package that would, kind of give everything that the Democrats want. And you would say it's like, well, they control, they have sort of majorities in each of the chamber. Or, yeah, I think they have a majority. I think they have the majority in the Senate, but they can't pass the filibuster, if I'm mistaken. I may be wrong on this. So sorry, I've not taken a look at the numbers. I don't know if there was anything switching around. And I should know this a bit better. But the problem is that legislation clearly is not going to pass. Like, it hasn't up to this point, and nobody credible thinks it's going to. And there's a lot that sort of is being sort of pushed on people like Joe Manchin, saying it's like, what a terrible person he is for not doing this. And I understand as a principle why people want to believe this. But the flaw in the premise is that we're living in a world that has Roe versus Wade. And that's not true, right? That's why that Supreme Court decision was so terrible. The state now is that there is really, there isn't that kind of protection, even in the most minimal form. And so my own view is that the United States should be pushing towards bringing things back to the way that they were. But even passing one of the more minor bills, which doesn't give everything back, but at the very least is something that's a lot harder for some Republicans to... So basically, there's a number of Republicans that would support that. And then, of course, there's a number of Republicans that would actually have to go on the record saying that they're opposing such a thing. My own view would be that, number one, it would be better politically for the Democrats. Number two, it would actually ensure some protections that currently do not exist in law. And the reason why such a pragmatic approach isn't being taken is because of the most extreme elements who, as Immortal Velity was originally joking, are these sorts of people who are basically saying it's my way or the highway. And unfortunately, politics does mean having to work with people who you fundamentally disagree with. And I think this is a really tough call to make, right? Because I can see how people would even clip something like this and say, see, he's really not about a woman's right to choose. No, I absolutely am, right? I also have to acknowledge that there is a reality in the United States which is creating the worst possible outcome, and that being able to pass legislation that will actually get through both chambers is better than maintaining the status quo in which Roe v. Wade is gone and there's nothing in its place. And I think that's a really big problem to deal with, right? Because we've gotten very used to this idea of saying that, I never compromise on principles. And what it leads to is people being pushed, particularly people who have staffers and you have these activists who definitely can make a lot of trouble for some representatives. And what it does is it creates people who are pushed to take the most extreme positions. But of course, by definition, the median voter is not going to like the most extreme positions. They're going to like that center position. And again, I just think it's one of these reasons, like when we talk about how things feel very broken and they could be better. I actually think it's sometimes as simple as that, as just being able to acknowledge political reality, and having in mind, the thing is that this dismantling was a project that's quite literally decades in the making. And we should really hope that it's not decades in terms of rebuilding. But it does also need to be that, people are actually working consistently towards these, towards these grander visions. And, putting in the work of making sure that you have sort of a deep bench of good candidates that can have wide appeal, that it's not just people who are in safe seats sort of dictating the agenda. And that can often mean not seeing some of the things that you like a lot passing as soon as you would like them. But sometimes the option is not, the less good version of the thing you like. It could be that thing not happening at all. So I hope I don't come off as too unreasonable on that thing. And obviously, if you disagree, feel free to speak out. I'm not going to put you on blast on it because, like I said, I'm a guy, I am a Canadian. I am not affected by even the idea of the more minor legislation passing. But to me, like, I think the really important thing is restoring some kind of protection for people. And from there, building towards restoring what you really want. But it's deeply saddening to me that avenue does not seem to be getting explored right now. Unless somebody wants me to address something else. I am going to go back to complimenting Miss Ariella, though. So this idea of sort of building these communities based around negatives. So we'll say, sorry, Tikri, I know you're most affected by this, so I'm hoping, I don't know, you can yell at me on private messages if you if you think I'm really off. But one of the things I really like about Miss Ariella is that Ari has had a situation in which I have been, like, you can run into some situations where, the equivalent of the main character on Twitter, where you, actually, I have an idea for something else we're going to do. So I'm going to go back to the main menu for the game. I'm going to switch to just chatting for a little bit because I'll do something extra. But one of the things that's really nice about Miss Ariella is that, you hope not to run into these kinds of problems. But there can be these situations where you are a really unpopular individual for any number of reasons. Could be your fault, could be somebody's out to get you, but certainly social dynamics being what they are, there can be situations where it's a lot easier, even if you disagree with it, it's a lot easier to go along with the crowd and... I mean, again, the Crucible, anybody who's read the Crucible know that, these sorts of things can get out of hand. And it's actually genuinely very hard to blame the people who sort of go along with the crowd, particularly if they're going to be sort of outed as another troublemaker. But I do have a lot of respect for the people who are willing to sort of take a principled stand in one of those cases. And you learn a lot about people, and you learn a lot about their values and what they have. And while I wouldn't want to put too fine a point on it, again, in terms of Miss Ariella, this is definitely somebody who I can say has actually made that kind of a hard choice. And it's something that I continue to appreciate. Again, it's not like, nobody's lives were changed out of it, I don't think. But you definitely learn. I mean, I think also, too, sometimes when the stakes are really small, you can learn a little bit in terms of people who are going too far over something seemingly very trivial. And, like I said, there's always that danger of getting too gossipy to try and talk about these sorts of things. But it's actually one of the things that I've always really respected about Miss Ariella. She is also a very entertaining broadcaster. Did I actually do the proper shout? Yes, I did do the proper shout out up higher. I think she does a, perfectly fine broadcast. She's fun to hang out with, I know it's been like a generation since Crocodile Dundee and stuff like that, but I'm sure there's a certain, still everybody happens to like the Australian accent, not that she has one. She has a very fun community where she plays a lot of, independent games. But like I said, somebody I've had the great pleasure of being able to meet in person, but also has a certain character that, you hope never to have to see, because usually it means that circumstances are not so good. But she's definitely sort of she definitely rose to the occasion, or fell, depending on your perspective, I suppose. And it's, to a certain extent, it's a minor thing, like I said, because the stakes were so low. And yet it is something about her that I sort of think is a bit of a marker for her character. So I'm already an hour past the time, but what I was going to ask was, given the fact that I'm particularly talkative right now, for those of you that haven't heard the article that I wrote, would you all care to hear a short reading stream? Would you like me to read my stuff to you? Because the funny thing is, you'll actually get a chance to hear. Actually, no, I'm not tagged as mature, so I will have to bleep out the profanity. There's going to be a rare chance for you to hear me curse. But... okay, that's one for yes. So we'll say goodnight to Industries of Titan. Now, I got to admit, this is kind of inside baseball for people who follow game development stuff. But I think I do a good enough job summarizing what happened, and I'm actually slightly curious. Oh my God. Okay. This will be kind of fun. I'll talk about Reddit too. Okay. So yeah, here's your bedtime story for tonight. Oh, I forgot to categorize this. All right. I'm going to need to change that afterwards. So for those of you who don't know, systemchalk.ca or systemchalk.wordpress.com, that'll take you to my website, which is just a WordPress website. So for those of you that didn't hear, Unity's CEO said something very careless. And this led to a very widespread list of complaints and sort of people talking about switching engines. And I think it's actually the wrong way to look at this problem. And this is usually where at least I get article ideas from. Miss Ariella was actually nice enough to read out an article I wrote on the Lumen technology for Unreal 5, because it seemed to be a lot of people were like, man, that technology already exists. And I'm like, I don't think you guys really realize what's been done here. So usually I'll see what'll usually happen is I will see coverage on an event and I'll be very unhappy with the way that the coverage is going. And so I will get annoyed enough that I'm like, okay, I got to write about this now. So this is called The Wages of Cheap. And this is a chance for me to proofread because I'm sure I'm going to find some weird sentences. This used to be an 8,000 word article, by the way. It's shortened down a little bit. Unity CEO John Riccitiello, The Wages of Cheap. Unity CEO John Riccitiello has some ideas about what it takes to succeed in games and chose to express them in a really careless way. General sentiment towards Unity was falling, at least among some developers, due to shifting priorities, a recent round of layoffs. This latest outrage came from not so much from an interview, which went largely unreported at the time, but from subsequent reporting on that interview with more inflammatory headlines. Riccitiello's comments are not particularly interesting, save for the fact that he is the CEO of a widely used game engine. I should say a company that produces a widely used game engine, and a lot of people have been very outspoken about it. There are some interesting areas of discretion, but these sadly seem to have been overtaken by an undue emphasis on the less substantial parts of the interview. This article will look at the lesser appreciated aspects of Unity's latest announcement and whether or not developers actually need to do anything in response. What did Riccitiello say? Because so much of the attention has been placed on the quote that made it to the headlines, it's probably best to get it out of the way before addressing the substance. Here is the full quote as printed in the PocketGamer.biz interview. And again, I gotta censor the statement. So this is John Riccitiello talking. Ferrari and some other high-end car manufacturers still use clay and carving knives. It's a very small portion of the gaming industry that works that way, and some of these people are my favorite people in the world to fight with. They're the most beautiful and pure, brilliant people. They're also some of the biggest blanking idiots. I've been in the gaming industry longer than most anybody, getting to the gray hair and all that. It used to be the case that developers would throw their game over the wall to the publicist and sales force with literally no interaction beforehand. That model is baked into the philosophy of a lot of art forms and medium, and it's one that I'm deeply respectful of. I know their dedication and care. But this industry divides people between those who still hold to that philosophy and those who massively embrace how to figure out what makes a successful product. And I don't know a successful artist anywhere that doesn't care about what their player thinks. This is where the cycle of feedback comes back, and they can choose to ignore it, but to choose not to know it at all is not a great call. I've seen great games fail because they tuned their compulsion loop to 2 minutes when it should have been an hour. Sometimes you wouldn't even notice the product difference between a massive success and a tremendous fail, but for the tuning and what it does to the attrition rate. There isn't a developer on the planet that wouldn't want that knowledge. So, back to my article. The initial article's headline was John Riccitiello, this industry divides people who shun monetization and those who embrace what make a successful product. This is in contrast to mobilegamer.biz's reporting on the article the next day. Quote, devs not baking monetization into their creative process are blanking idiots, says Unity's John Riccitiello. Neither headline misrepresents Riccitiello's quote, but it's easy to see why the second headline caught broader attention. What was he thinking? While the provocative framing of later headlines does not serve the discourse well, it did at least draw attention to the comments. I think Riccitiello knew what he was doing and was trying to be provocative. The whole passage reads like he's trying just a little too hard to be cool. He's already sung the praises of creatives, so he gets to trash them and use profanity because he's the big CEO who calls it like it is and has, quote, been in the gaming industry longer than most anybody, end quote. It is something of a bold strategy for the CEO of EA from 2007 to 2013 to be bragging about their time in the gaming industry, but nobody's accusing him of lacking confidence. This is probably where the discussion should have ended. CEO throws muck, developers throw back, everybody feels like they should take a bath and promises to be better in the future. This is what's best thought of as the "what was he thinking?" question, a question of mental state, where a CEO embarrasses himself at a particularly bad time. However, a lot of responses focus on the wrongness of his emphasis on a more service-driven model of development. This is the "what was he thinking?" question, a question of content concerning the state of the games industry from an influential CEO. Some may find that this is a distinction without a difference, since Riccitiello's views on the future of gaming are as offensive as his efforts to look cool, but there is a cogency to his vision of gaming. He is saying that monetization needs to be considered earlier in a game's development, and that Unity's latest and controversial acquisition is about enabling that. There is room for disagreement with these views, but it is not clear that the content of his comments are as disqualifying as much as the tone. Is he right? Riccitiello's vision of gaming is not unassailable. Dividing between developers that, quote, throw their game over the wall and, quote, those who massively embrace how to figure out what makes a successful product is a false dichotomy. This can be dealt with by simply asking, do developers need to embrace a more service-oriented model, more service-oriented model he is proposing in order to succeed? To see the sense in this point of view, consider the state of the world. It is widely accepted that the majority of indie games released on Steam do not make a profit. Ryan Clark's video on Hooks puts the rate at profitable indies as low as 5%. Jeff Vogel goes so far as to argue that there are too many games and it represents a massive waste of human effort. In contrast, Riccitiello's view is optimistic. To him, the problem is that these games did not appropriately consider their market, and if they had better information, they would have succeeded. Relative optimism is not going to persuade if the concern is an overly commercial view of gaming. Indeed, some may be averse to thinking of games as a commercial product at all, falling into the throws it over the wall stereotype. The commercial side should at least be acknowledged, as developers have a responsibility to someone to at least break even on a game. Investors and lenders expect some kind of a return, and it is inappropriate to take money without the intention of repaying it. Employees are going to want some kind of stability, which requires at least enough financial success to meet payroll on time. Some developers may be self-financed or are able to operate due to the support of loved ones, but these developers should not be setting terms for what the rest of the industry should do. Recognizing commercial imperatives does not imply adopting a full-blown service model for every game, but consider two alternatives for such a game. One is a game that is developed under the traditional model that Riccitiello criticizes, while the other has considered its service model from inception. The first game is more likely to feel like the monetization elements are bolted on at the last minute and is more likely to annoy or even exploit the player. The second game has had the benefit to think things through and to integrate monetization more seamlessly into the game. Bad people will continue to do bad things, but a rushed and uninformed approach is far more likely to have good people do bad things, if only in error. Even in an idealized case, however, the service model is highly contestable. Developers who are more artistically focused also care about what the player wants, but do not necessarily think that the kind of information provided by Unity's analytics tools provide the insights they need. EA's own attempt at adopting these tools during Riccatello's tenure did not pay off. Obviously, the links are to, sources to back up these claims. Henry Ford likely did not say, quote, "If I asked the customer what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse that ate less." But the sentiment has certainly been expressed by successful manufacturers and creative professionals. Ken Casienda's book, Creative Selection, Inside Apple's Design Process During the Golden Age of Steve Jobs, describes a creative process free from focus groups and analytics for products that are undeniably successful and have had an influence that few others can match. In contrast, Amazon's highly data-driven approach has struggled to produce the kind of success in gaming that makes the company feared in nearly every other sector that it touches. Not only is there evidence that these kinds of analytics are not necessary for the creation of a successful product, there is at least some evidence that this approach has gotten in the way of developing successful products and has produced unnecessary disruptions to the overall business in the form of layoffs and disappointing sales results. However, the fact remains that many developers and publishers do maintain teams of analysts to understand how the games are performing and what their players are doing. The games using these tools are financially and critically successful, making it hopeless to try and draw the kind of clean split reactions to the interview would like to make between art and commerce. Even among independent developers, the tendency is to prefer to be informed. Indie devs did not spontaneously decide to prioritize wish lists and rediscover devos. These trends came about from data-driven articles on what it takes to succeed on Steam. Why does Unity think this way about games? If a particular vision of gaming is going to be proven right, it will likely be done so in the marketplace, and so the more interesting question may be why Unity has chosen this particular vision. Unity began as a game developer, but ultimately decided to switch to selling its tools instead of making games. The company still describes itself in terms of gaming, and its largest source of revenue comes from gaming. As tempting as it is to reduce unpopular decisions down to whims or indifference, Unity's actions are that of an experienced team executing on a specific strategy based on their understanding of the industry. That strategy may be an error, or they may fail in execution, but Unity's motives are rarely those we first think of when frustrated with the company. As a public company, Unity's views on its performance and strategy are available in its regulatory filings. The annual report is called the 10K, and it contains financial results as well as a discussion of those results. Under the Key Metrics section on page 66, one measure is the number of customers who spend more than $100,000 on their services. This number has grown from 600 to 1,052 over the 2019 to 2021 period. Further down, Unity breaks down its sources of revenues as Create Solutions, subscriptions to Unity's products, Operate Solutions, things like Unity's ads and other services, and a category for strategic partnerships and other revenues. As a share of revenue, Create Solutions have been more or less stable, 31 to 29%, while Operate Solutions have grown from 54 to 64% over that same time period, 2019 to 21. The difference is made up from a fall in strategic partnerships. In fact, one of the risks Unity identifies earlier in the report is that over half of its revenue comes from Operate Solutions. If it isn't clear already, Unity does not primarily make its money from its engine. The engine still accounts for a third of what Unity sells, which translates to hundreds of millions of dollars, but it is neither the largest nor the fastest growing segment. Unity's discussion of the risk from the share of Operate Solutions does not discuss mitigating that risk through diversification, but rather the need to attract and retain customers. In fact, the next key metric is dollar-based net expansion rate, which tracks how much more or less existing customers are spending. An analogy might be to think about the old pre-alphabet iteration of Google. To users, it's a search engine. To investors, it's an ad company. Unity's users are more inclined to think of it as an application on their desktops, but to understand the actions of Unity as a company, it is Unity Ads, Delta DNA, Multiplay, and all those other icons cluttering up the product's page when you are looking to download the personal edition. This perspective on Unity is not new. Unity is often boasted about how over half of all games have been made using its engine, and how billions of players interact with these games. These numbers cannot exist without mobile. Unity currently claims 72% of the top 1,000 mobile games are built with Unity. Mobile relies on the kinds of services that form Unity's largest source of revenue. So far, this approach has been very successful, and developers have benefited. The present model does not require Unity to raise subscription fees in order to achieve profitability, and so users are able to use a high-quality tool for little upfront cost. Whether one looks at Unity's key metrics or how it prices its services, it is fair to say that Unity considers its primary customer to be someone who spends more than $100,000, and that while the engine is a necessary first step to a successful game, that success will require additional services that the company is happy to charge for. This approach has succeeded for them in the past, and so very little of this is news. Ultimately, Unity, and those it considers its primary customers, have succeeded more under a service-based model, and its decisions reflect that. The service games can be thought of as subsidizing the tools for the more traditional games that don't use Unity's Operate solutions. Is the merger any good? The catalyst for all the discussion was Unity announcing a merger with ironSource. In addition to the controversy regarding John Riccitiello's comments, concerns were raised regarding one of ironSource's past products and the decision to do further acquisitions after recent layoffs. These factors have led people to conclude that the merger is a bad decision for Unity, and that the 14% drop in share price was an indicator that financial markets agree that the merger is a bad idea. Whether or not the merger is a good idea, the drop in share price has very little to do with the merger. In fact, so far as price movements are informative, it is an indicator of investor sentiment, since buyers and sellers have a financial incentive to analyze the company closely and trade on their best understanding of the company's prospects. This view serves as a first approximation, and it should be remembered that the consensus valued Unity at $196.65 a share in November and $33.71 a share 8 months later in July. The factors listed above, developer alienation due to the comments, ironSource's past, layoffs, may be things that affect the financial health of the company, but the share price went down on the 13th, while the outrage surrounding the interview arrived a day later. Unity made multiple announcements on the 13th. One was the merger with ironSource, and another was that it was lowering earnings guidance for the overall year. That is, Unity communicated that they think they will make less money than previously thought. Earnings are much more closely tied to estimates of a company's value, and so such an announcement will predictably cause the share price to fall. While the market may have thoughts on the merger, they are impossible to disentangle from the response to the lowered guidance. However, there are some causes for concern, even if they're not tied to share prices. The first major issue is to address ironSource's label as a malware company. This label is not the most accurate characterization, although the facts are still damning. The reputation concerns a product called InstallCore, which was classified as a potentially unwanted program, which, at least under some definitions, is distinct from malware in the sense that the former is annoying while the latter is intentionally harmful. The strongest case for malware, beyond choosing a definition to suit the conclusion, came from a blog that pointed out that the program could be switched to install malicious software, but there does not appear to be an instance of doing so. This clarification is not intended as an excuse to excuse the program. InstallCore, by all accounts, was very bad. Installers should not put unwanted programs on your computer, and they should not try to trick you. Not only was the program bad enough to be blocked by Windows Defender and Malwarebytes, the program apparently checked to see if certain antivirus programs were present before reaching out to install the extra software. Unity attributes the problems to bad actors and highlights the fact that the program has not been offered for a long time. It was canceled in 2020. Customers have long memories, and so it's possible that ironSource has reformed and is still being penalized for its past. Unfortunately, there's no way for us to know if the circumstances or the people that led ironSource to produce a product like InstallCore are still in place. Unity needs to maintain its relationships with platforms, a selling feature for the engine, and even if there are problems prior to the merger that are waiting to be discovered, it will be Unity's reputation that is tarnished. Even if Unity's monetization efforts simply become more obnoxious, the outreach numbers it likes to boast about can be expected to fall. The difficulty is that attractive acquisition targets often have some undesirable feature that makes the acquisition viable, and so it can be tricky to distinguish between a savvy move and a catastrophic waste of money. There is a deeper concern regarding the merger, and it regards the layoffs. Unity's recent layoffs were concentrated in the artificial intelligence and software engineering segments, suggesting that the company may have found it easier to scrap its own monetization efforts and simply buy someone else's. If so, this raises serious questions about the overall management of the company, especially in light of internal complaints about strategic pivots at a rapid, unpredictable rate. The concerns with the merger deepen based on another announcement Unity made on the 13th regarding its financing. Unity is acquiring ironSource by giving shares in the combined company to ironSource shareholders. Unity's own share price is near its all-time low, meaning more shares of the company are being given up than would have been in the past. It's difficult to see what Unity might have done otherwise, as it does not directly control the share price and does not have enough cash on hand to do the acquisition without stock, and ironSource shareholders might have accepted a lower price given their participation in any upside from the combined company. One concern that emerges from such deals is the dilution of existing shareholders, although it should be noted that, in principle, dilution should not be a problem if the acquisition is fairly valued. since shareholders are giving up part of the company in exchange for something of value, so more people sharing a bigger pie. If Unity overpaid, then more people share not quite as big of a pie, meaning that some people have less than before. It is what Unity announced to deal with the dilution that is concerning. Along with other announcements, Unity announced share buybacks. Just as company can issue new shares to raise money, they can buy back shares, offsetting the dilution that occurs from an event such as the ironSource merger, or generally raising the share price, same pie shared by fewer people. The buyback program is for up to $2.5 billion, lasts for 2 years, and is effective after the merger closes. Finance can get complicated quickly, but the tricks of running a public company may not be of interest to someone who is just annoyed that a CEO called them an idiot. But it can be helpful to play out the logic of the merger. Unity is acquiring ironSource using stock at some of its lowest valuations and expects this merger to be good for business, $1 billion in adjusted earnings by the end of 2024, from their quote. Unity then intends to purchase shares of the company just as prospects are rising when, presumably, the price is higher than it is today. Unity is also taking on debt to finance these activities, borrowing $1 billion at 2% interest with the option to convert debt into shares, in addition to the $1.5 billion in debt that it already issued, also convertible but at 0%. This money should be reinvested into the company instead. Unity's rhetoric is that it is a growing company. Indeed, the only way its consistent lack of profitability makes sense is if those losses are being incurred in order to build a company that will be even bigger and more profitable than if it had not. Unity is not unusual in this regard. However, Unity went to capital markets for finance a little under 2 years ago and acquired 6 companies, some with tenuous links to its core focus. As outlined above, the latest acquisition may be repairing operational problems in the Operate Solutions business. Now they are giving some of the money back. Either Unity has run out of ideas, or it is appealing to shareholders at the expense of improvements it could be making and, given the layoffs and decreased guidance, likely needs. What does this mean for developers? Corporate activities do not need to be a preoccupation for developers. Discontent with Unity's products predate its CEO, although becoming a public company certainly provided the well-worn rhetorical club of, they only care about the shareholders, to anyone upset about the engine. Unity has always been accountable to those who have financed it, and neither Sequoia Capital nor nameless fund managers are likely responsible for DOTS being late and frustrating to use. For those of you who don't know Unity, DOTS is a new technology they're bringing in, which is obviously late and difficult to use. While the merger and John Riccitiello's comments got an unusual amount of attention, there isn't a lot of news so far as to Unity's overall approach and interests. If anything, smaller developers are simply waking up to a fact that has been true for years. They are not Unity's primary customer. Not being a primary customer does not mean a developer is unable to use the tools, but it can result in the kind of culture shock that we're currently experiencing. Unity did not always have such favorable licensing terms. Historically, Unity used to have only a free and Pro edition, with the Pro costing $15,000 US and add-ons for iOS and Android costing between $400 to $1,500. The current engine is better than its predecessor and costs considerably less, especially after accounting for inflation. These more favorable terms have come about because of the service components that, to judge by Twitter, are anathema. Unity's CEO is going to want everyone to make service-style games that make use of analytics and ad platforms, because that is how the company makes its money. Developers are free to ignore him, just as they are free to ignore his opinions on their intelligence. More importantly, none of this should be provoking moves from one engine to another. Switching is not a small matter, and even switching between projects necessarily involves the destruction of some human capital and lost productivity as people get up to speed with a new workflow. Some people already considering a switch might find that this makes up their mind, but these cases reflect concerns prior to the interview. Even developers concerned about the long-time viability of the company are probably better off making the most they can of the tools while they're still available. There are already far more pressing risks and complications in game development. Why would someone voluntarily make their work harder? Because the CEO dissed them? Are they going to switch to a custom engine if somebody writes something nasty about pixel platformers in a pull request for Godot? Godot is a free open source engine. Riccitiello's comments on development were dumb. Hopefully he gets some better PR training and doesn't do that again. His vision for how to achieve success in gaming has served Unity up to this point, though his overall management of the company is very much an open question. Developers may not share his vision of game development, but they still find Unity's tools useful in following their own vision. The best course of action is really the same as meeting any bore at a party. Ignore them and don't let it spoil your evening. And this is the time you give storms of applause at the brilliant construction of prose and thought. I'm going to make edit if I can find it. Now, you know what? We can save that after the broadcast. Was that clear? Because I know I rushed through a lot of that. It's long. So one thing that did amuse me. So I wanted to post this to the Unity community because like I never get stuff read on the. Feel free to speak in the chat about the content. I wanted to post this on the Unity 3D community because I do actually tend to find it's very hard to get stuff noticed for my writing. But I did also notice that they have the Unity Iron Source containment thread, so I became a comment right at the bottom. One thing that I noticed was that David Hagelson, the former Unity CEO, offered 2 comments. So one, what's the point here? That John is an idiot? I've worked with him for 9 years. He's both brilliant and passionate. No one is perfect. I certainly wasn't, but I believe that no one is better suited to run Unity for now. And the second comment, and if the point is EA, the conclusion is the opposite. John was brought in there to turn EA around. He did it and left it in the great shape that it's been enjoying for years now. I should actually also mention John Riccitiello did offer an apology. So first he said that the headline was clickbait, which I actually think is kind of fair based on what I say in the article. But he did say what he said, right? So his apology was to our friends in the Unity community. I owe you this. I want to talk about both what I said in the interview and my follow-up tweet. I'm going to start with an apology. My word choice was crude. I am sorry. I am listening, and I will do better. What I can do perhaps is provide more on what I was thinking when I did the interview, what I would have said if I had taken greater care. First, I have great respect for game developers. The work they do is amazing. The creativity can be incredible, whether on a AAA console, mobile, or indie game, designed to be played by millions, or a creative project, a game made just for the sheer joy of it. Second, one thing I have seen is that most game devs work incredibly hard and want people to play their game, to enjoy it. And when appropriate for players to engage deeply, for the game devs I have worked most closely with, there is often anxiety about whether players will love the game and appreciate all the work and love that went into making it. By the way, I do think these lowercase i's are specifically constructed. There is absolutely no way that his phone did not autocorrect this. But whatever. I did say I wanted better PR training, so... Third, sometimes all a game developer wants is to have a handful of friends enjoy a game, art for art's sake, and art for friends. Others want player money to buy the game or game items so they can make a living. Both of these motivations are noble. Fourth, what I was trying to say, and clearly failed at saying, is that there are better ways for game developers to get an early read on what players think of their game, to learn from that feedback, and if the developer wants, to adjust the game based on this feedback. It's a choice to listen and act, or just listen. Again, both are very valid choices. If I'd been smarter in choosing my words, I would have said just this. We are working to provide developers with tools so they can better understand what their players think, and I think it is up to them to act or not based on this feedback. By the way, all of this is actually in that interview. That's why I actually took a bit of more measured approach to what he said in the article. Anyway, that's it. Lots of words and a sentence that I wish I'd never said. So, the apology and the Hagelson comments were news to me. The content of the apology wasn't that big of a surprise because, I think that's what he said anyway, right? I don't know who Jeff Gerstmann is. Sorry. But anyways, so because this is in the bottom of a big comment, I decided to add some context. So I took a stab at writing something thoughtful on the controversy that some people thinking about switching may find helpful. It is not particularly complimentary to Unity, but it does put some boundaries on about what seems like a worry and what does not. I was going to post it, but I noticed the quarantine here, so I thought it would be more appropriate to post it here. I forgot to say to post it here. I hadn't realized that Hagelson put the link in. I hadn't realized that Hagelson had commented specifically on Riccitiello, JR's tenure at EA when writing, but I'm not entirely sure it changed the substance. I think left it in great shape, and I think left it in the great shape it's been enjoying for years now. Perhaps denies a bit too much credit to the current executives and assigns too little responsibility to JR, who took responsibility at the time for the company's performance. That said, it seems like he has the support of Unity's board, and so, like it or not, this is the vision the company has chosen, and that at least some users now upset were content with until the interview. The post is long, so if someone is looking for a summary in terms of appropriate developer responses, I would offer this. I suspect there's a division between developer as a lifestyle and developer as a job. The former will involve quite a bit more Twitter and Reddit, while the latter will involve quite a bit of production. Declaring you will leave Unity in response to the comments emphasizes the lifestyle over the job. Switching tools is not trivial, and doing so will come at the expense of the ability to get things done, even if the shift is ultimately necessary. Everybody is going to have a set of preferences for their tools, but a useful framing might be to ask, am I upset enough about this thing to choose to create less? A hypothetical 20-fold price increase seems closer to a yes than holding a grudge against an executive, but everybody has to make up their own mind about that. So this did get one response. So after a bit of Googling, I found that the former CEO has a net worth of $1.1 billion, and something like $800 million of that is in Unity shares. He also has been selling large amounts of stock on a regular basis for a year. I think he has a lot of reason to pretend that Unity is doing amazing no matter what is happening, and I think selling stock about as much as he can without totally tanking it, but every time he does, it actually causes a pretty big dips. He's selling so much, which is exactly how much trust in his investments in Unity is growing. So first of all, this isn't true. Okay, the sale is true. The idea that the amount that he's selling in blocks is actually causing the price to tank is not true. You can actually see the volume of trades on the days that he's doing those trades, and you can decide whether or not that's enough to affect the price, but whatever. People are going to have opinions online. So I tried to steer the ship back to where I thought it was useful. The article isn't too focused on Unity's prospects as a company, and so I'm not sure if my thoughts on insider activity are all that interesting or relevant here, but I'll offer them anyway. I'm assuming that you're referring to David Hagelson. I don't think there's been another CEO. It is absolutely true that he's been selling Unity shares. The problem is, and I think this is a general sentiment, is that insider buying is more unambiguous than insider selling. Selling can happen for any reason, even if someone thinks the prospects of a company are favorable, while buying really only happens for one reason. Hagelson's one of the founding members of the team, which means he's been attached to the company for almost 20 years now, presumably with a lot of his net worth tied up in a private company until recently. Can't exactly begrudge him a chance to be able to realize some of those gains. It's also possible this is part of an overall intention to leave the company. Again, lots of reasons to sell, even if it reflects a genuine pessimism about the company. I suppose the question is about how much weight we should assign to the signal over others. Insiders can simply be wrong. Whatever his feelings about Unity, he didn't need to reach out and defend Riccatello the way that he did, especially regarding the EA tenure, which, to be clear, I am not convinced by. He could be wrong to put his faith in Riccatello. He could really think the company is going down the tubes, but these can both be true and his comments can still be sincere. I guess the more fundamental point is that I don't think there's a lot of value in reading the tea leaves for Unity as a company if one's primary activity is development. If you're an investor or a prospective investor, sure, you need to care about the company's future prospects. Second-degree concerns about share price, so not just Unity the company, but a Unity director's opinion about the share price, are orthogonal to creation. There's only so much time you get to create things you want, and it's a shame to squander it obsessing about the wrong things. So after that effort to try and make it about game development in the Game Development Forum, I mostly agree with what you're saying. Just to be clear, I'm not trying to say conclusively one way or the other. I'm just saying because he's the former CEO doesn't mean he doesn't have a financially motivated bias for the company's stocks to do well. Hypothetically, if he did think that Riccatello was going to long-term ruin the company, it would be insanely stupid for him to crush people's confidence in Unity, as he'd lose hundreds of millions. It seems like people are trying to present it like he's a neutral party, and he's very much not. I don't know who's trying to present him like he's a neutral party, but again, I don't think this guy's been working too hard on, really, really convincing me. Even if he just wants some money, he does have several $100 million outside of Unity stocks, even before recent sell-offs. It would seem like an incredibly poor decision to be selling stock if he believes the company is doing well. If he believed that, he'd be anticipating really good growth and returns. I mean, I did kind of deal with this. Yeah, and here we go. We're all waiting for this. Also, as Elon Musk has shown us, stock prices can definitely be manipulated by business leaders saying things one way or the other. David Hagelson is not Elon Musk. Like, this is the thing that really bugs me, right? Like, I don't think I could have been clearer in these two posts that I don't think the stock story is very interesting. Now, in fairness, I did talk about the merger and I did talk about the company's prospects, but that was because I sort of think that this is like, it is something that people are talking about, and I sort of feel not talking about it would raise more questions than answers. In fact, specifically to the idea of analytics, like to give you an example of something that I cut out of the 8,000 word version of that, because that's already 4,000 words and that's a long article. The 8,000 word thing I did actually had a whole digression on the fact that the revealed preferences of developers generally are that they do actually like earlier feedback and tuning the game for that feedback. If you think about the number of early access games and specifically how many successful games come out of early access. And again, I'm not making an absolute statement here, but it's very clear that developers have been working out different mechanisms to get the kind of feedback that John Riccitiello is talking about. Now, the reason why I kept the digressions about, Ken Casienda's book and, all of the different ideas of the fact that you don't need analytics to do well, because I think that's an important part, and it serves as a counter argument to what Riccitiello is proposing. But I think this idea, like the thing is that a lot of indies like to kind of pretend that they're too pure to do a service model or to use like analytics and stuff like that. But like I said, I mean, they play the data game as much as anyone else does. It's just that they're going to be getting their data from, really, I mean, so this is not to knock these sources, by the way, because like I've written an article that showed up in these sources. Like Simon Carles's newsletter is really good. I know there's Video Game Insights has started putting some stuff out. Generally, a huge one. Actually, this guy did an analysis originally, and I went back and I compared his initial very small sample regression to like some of the more sophisticated stuff that people have done from like random surveys and stuff like that. And his vision actually I've say vision a lot, like his original analysis holds up incredibly well. So Jake Burkett, Gray Alien Games, he made a game, Shadow Hand, Regency Solitaire. A lot of these really good sort of solitaire games, he's never really had a hit, but he has been able to survive in in independent game development for a long time. He also used to be in Vancouver. He's UK based now, but like these articles do really well. I actually had the Positech guy like throw some shade at me because of one of the data-driven articles that I did. So like clearly, if I go from like nobody reading my articles to putting one of those out and that getting a lot of attention, like, it's obvious that this is stuff that indie developers eat up a lot. And, it's not real-time analytics. And no, it's not going to lead you to, fine-tuning your compulsion loop so that people will wind up buying that item at the time that you want them to. But it's not that different from what Unity is basically saying is its model of game development and the set of tools that it's spending quite a bit of money developing and improving. And I think there's some value in at least acknowledging that there's maybe a little less distance than what game developers as a whole, like, are not a monolithic entity. But at least the ones who were going on, Twitter and talking about how they're going to switch game engines because of these comments, like, they're going to make their own choices, right? They're going to have to decide what they value and whether or not, a series of comments is going to be enough to cause them that kind of disruption in their company. It's not my place to tell them what their values should be. But man, that is such a minor, like, other than your ego being bruised, like, do you make less money because the CEO called you an idiot? Like, are you going to have less visibility on Steam because John Riccitiello, thinks that your version of game development is outmoded? Especially, I mean, if you want to publish on consoles on Unity. So actually one thing that would be interesting is that if you want to publish on consoles on Unity, you need the $1,800 a year version. You do, because you'll punch him in the face. I will play any of your games, Miss Ariella. By the way, I made something in Godot, not solo in Godot. That was something that Valiant Cheese brought me on with. But I actually have more experience in Godot than I have in Unity now. And that will probably be true forever. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it just seems like I get why people are mad. I just don't get why they're making not credible threats. Because like let's just say that everybody who went on Twitter and threatened to switch to Unreal or Unity actually did it. Like, Unity doesn't learn the lesson from that. It's the $100,000 or more revenue customers that they consider their primary customers and would be the ones that they are really scared of losing. If you spend like $39 for a Plus subscription, like, it's not, again, like, subscriptions are a third of their revenue, right? But like, they're not going to bend over backwards to keep the Plus subscribers happy, right? Unless there's like a truly catastrophic event that's just like clearly killing the pipeline for future growth. But yeah, like, the thing is that if you want to do the console publishing tools, I think you need the Pro version now, which is about $1,800. And I think if you make a certain amount of revenue, you need to have that version anyway. But the thing is that if you want to do a console version on Godot, it's not supported by default. It's actually a couple of members of the development team who have a separate company that port Godot to consoles. And the thing is that it's actually kind of hard to imagine consultants like that charging only $1,800. So the decision to go to Godot, the engine might be free, but the strategy that will actually make your game viable, because of course more and more indies are wanting to publish on Switch and stuff like that, or Xbox Game Pass. It's Microsoft Game Pass, my apologies, but obviously it's more attractive for Game Pass if you are both a console and a PC title. Potentially you're either closing so if you want just the free version of Godot, you're closing yourself off from that opportunity to diversify your revenue streams. You're basically hoping that Steam doesn't change its algorithm and kill your game. So like, imagine you're somebody who makes a game that can be completed in less than 2 hours, and then Steam introduces you can return this game in less than 2 hours. There's a lot of money that people lose in that case, right? And there's nothing saying that Steam can't do that again. So, if you think of Kitfox Games, right? They put Moon Hunters on Switch. Boyfriend Dungeon was available on Game Pass from day one. Kitfox is a great example of a company that's really like made the most of its, of its opportunities. And I mean, I'm so happy that Boyfriend Dungeon was a hit, but they're a really good example of people who are really able to sort of build a lasting studio around, making the most of their games. But if you want to take that path and you've developed on Godot and then you decide, okay, console time, you may have actually found that developing on Unity was a considerably more cost-effective approach. I don't know if the cost of porting to console would be enough to not make it viable. Like, obviously, if you want to go onto console, you probably are expecting a certain amount of money. But like, notice how complicated that reasoning gets, and notice how absolutely none of that has anything to do with whether or not people say mean things to you. So I don't know. Maybe I should have put all that extra in the blog, but I don't know if that was sufficiently interesting, but that is one of the things I've been working on as I've been doing more of my writing. Another thing that I've been working on has been, there's a movie review. Okay, so if you haven't seen Whiplash, I recommend watching that movie. And oh, you know what? I never put the bug report in for my mystery points. I'll put it on like the forum or something like that. But yeah, if you haven't seen the movie Whiplash, number one, I think it's good and I recommend watching it. But there's a review of it in the New Yorker that just pissed me off. It pissed me off when I read it a year ago, and I've held on to it for that long. that I was like, I don't really want to do this. Like, I did an article on streaming, and it's getting to the size of the Unity article. I think it's at like 6,000 words. So it's like, I need to just clear my head on this thing and do something else. So I switched, and I am writing this review of a review, basically. Now it's sort of like a review / discussion of Whiplash. So if you haven't seen it and you don't want to know how it turns out, you probably shouldn't read that thing. And because I am desperate for people to read my stuff, I want you to all watch Whiplash as homework before before I publish that article. But yeah, that's how I spent my time. I don't know if any of you have suggestions to improve the wages of cheap, or if you have any thoughts on the article, I'm not above changing stuff after the fact. I did find a couple of typos in this that I want to move, but review rebuttal. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the article the original title of the article was like, Whiplash gets jazz wrong or something like that. And, like, here's the thing. Whiplash is to jazz as Amadeus is a biography of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Like, ostensibly, like, the setting is jazz, let's say, just like the the setting of Amadeus is, the works of Mozart. But for those of you who have not seen Amadeus, like, number one, factually, just most of that's simply not true. Definitely the relationship between Salieri and Mozart is pretty much the opposite of it. By the way, if you haven't seen Amadeus, you really got to see Amadeus. Unfortunately, only the director's cut is available. And I feel like it would definitely be enhanced by including a couple of scenes. And I hate to say it, but it's actually the scene that has nudity in it, where the original didn't, is actually one of the ones that's better. So maybe I'm just arguing that they should have included the boobs and that's it. But the thing is that I feel like they felt like they couldn't justify issuing a director's cut without adding more stuff. And generally the other stuff that they added, I feel like just bloats the watch time. But even then, like, if you could only find the director's cut, Amadeus is a spectacular film. Not mine to Cree. Mine are fuzzy and pale. For the most part, though, most are very admirable specimens, and generally, most things are improved by them. Usually with the appropriate disclaimers, though. But yeah, Amadeus is considerably more than undressing. It is, I would say, without going too far, it's... Without going too far into the details, I think it is largely about coming to terms with mediocrity, or whether or not you can come to terms with it. And again, the main character is Salieri. The main character is not Mozart. So likewise with Whiplash, Whiplash is not about jazz. And I'm not going to say what I think Whiplash is about, but I think it's very obvious. And it is so clear that even though it's the New Yorker and it's, it's a pretentious enough magazine that they put friggin' umlauts over. I know that's not the term. It's like diacritics, I think, is how they refer to it. But like, they actually include, like, it is actually, so the magazine that annoys me the most is actually the New Republic. But the New Yorker really annoys me because of those stupid umlauts. And I'm going to call them umlauts, even though that is not actually the correct term for the way that the New Yorker uses them. But holy smokes, I could actually be reading an article that I enjoy, and it will just send me into fits of rage seeing them. And they argue it's like it makes it easier to read. And I'm like, no, it absolutely does not. It is distracting. And I get pulled out of the argument because I hate them so much. And you are the only publication I know of that does it. Also, their cartoons suck. And I don't care what anybody does to try and justify them. The cartoons suck beyond belief. But other than that, it's fine. But yeah, anyways, like the New Yorker is supposed to be pretty highbrow, right? And like Whiplash, it's cultural. It's a well-respected movie. J.K. Simmons certainly got some well-deserved accolades. I mean, he's a very, very good actor, and it feels like Whiplash was a vehicle that allowed him to get get the credit that he's probably been deserving for a while. It's kind of like Catherine Bigelow. I know I talked about Catherine Bigelow during the Terminator rant. Well, it was Strange Days in that case, but on the birthday, like Catherine Bigelow had done some very good films before, but she was consigned to either not directing or directing stuff that like really didn't move the needle. So like, yeah, she directed Harrison Ford, but directed Harrison Ford in K-19, The Widowmaker. Like, how many of you have even heard of that movie? Not that it was bad, like, but it's forgettable. I could not tell you anything about K-19, The Widowmaker. And I specifically watched it because I was going back through the stuff that Catherine Bigelow had done. But then, like, seemingly out of nowhere, she does The Hurt Locker and then follows that up with Zero Dark 30. And like Hurt Locker obviously got the Oscar. I think it got her the Oscar. But yeah, like in that case, it was just finally this director that clearly has so much talent and clearly has not been recognized in terms of a film that has sort of risen to the level of sort of recognition of that talent. It's kind of one of those finally moments. But I mean, if you'd been looking, Strange Days was sitting there waiting for such a long time. And again, if you like cyberpunk stuff, you really should go out of your way to try and find Strange Days. I have no idea where you can find it. I found it in a library. But it's wild. Like it's really good. I think. I mean, it's depressing how much of Strange Days is actually still an issue today. But I think that just speaks to the quality of the writing and the storytelling in it. There was a point I was going to make earlier that I forgot. Oh yeah, no, I lost it, and probably most people didn't remember because I went on like 2 or 3 topics afterwards. But I'm assuming there are no further comments on I'm assuming that there are no other comments on the articles or my political rants, or basically however many of you are left are probably ready to see a new broadcaster. I do feel a little bit bad about doing just chatting because I know that tends to empty out the room, and there's still a number of you here. Thank you for hanging out. We've got Valiant Cheese streaming. He's doing Into the Breach. I definitely know who we're hosting tonight. So Miss Ariella, this is a fellow Australian. You have to hang out. He's from Stop Being Sorry. you realize okay, so Valiant Cheese is normally streaming game development. Yeah, sorry, I'm Canadian, so I tend to apologize reflexively. But yeah, I appreciate you all hanging out, especially. I know the political stuff I was most worried about because I could have a big blind spot in terms of those discussions. So I appreciate you at least keeping. So one of the things about. I'll say this before we hit the raid button for Valiant Cheese. My view on the free speech thing is that the benefit of free speech is not so much for my ability to project ideas out into the internet as it is to hear where I have been in error, right? So sometimes that means I say things that may be beyond the pale in some cases, but it is sort of in the spirit of trying to get to the bottom of an interesting topic and learn something. And sometimes that's, largely for my benefit, although that doesn't mean that I need to project nonsense out to everyone. But go nuts, Algrins. You can do it on Twitter. You can do it whatever form works best for you. I can't say that I will read it quickly, or I guess listen to it quickly, but I'll do my best to catch up on it. Because like the thing is, I've kind of made my peace with it at this point. Everybody else who has an opinion on it is wrong in my view. But yeah, no, I appreciate, I realize at least some of this was on a pretty hot button issue for a lot of people. And I realized that what I was talking about is obviously controversial enough that it has not been going through. Insofar as I said something offensive and people held their tongue, I appreciate that. Just know that I am trying to do this with an open mind and, the ability to take correction where it is merited. On the other hand, I think, as you have clearly seen, I'm not going to entertain just any opinion. I was not convinced by that Reddit commenter. I think there is way too much attention being paid to the share price. More importantly, everybody's going to talk about Elon Musk. Frankly, I couldn't care less about what the annoying electric car guy is doing. But I realize that he is a larger than life person. Here's the other thing too. It is possibly to be smart on a number of very important things, but also be incredibly annoying and not a good person. And I think that is not even open for debate at this point. But yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason for bringing that up, frankly. And I made a very good faith effort to try and direct the conversation towards what, I think was relevant, which was game developers' opinions on the quote and how they should respond to them. And clearly I failed. But likewise, with that in mind, it's just an indicator that I do not accept every opinion. I have enough of a compass for deciding, what works and what doesn't. But anyways, I am stealing some of Valiant Cheese's thunder. So for those of you who don't know him, he is a Tasmanian-based game developer. Tasmania-based. He is a Tasmanian game developer, or he is Tasmania-based. But he is... Miss Ariella has strong opinions. Either way, he obviously has an accent. But yeah, Valiant Cheese is a really nice guy. As I mentioned, he did bring me along to help out with one of his games. I actually balanced the economy of a game that we made together called Supply Chain. And it turns out that there are a couple of viewers who are game developers that he spent a lot of time helping out. So number one, he is, first of all, just a really nice guy who is really about helping people sort of realize their creative visions. He's a very big advocate for Godot and a lot of free and open source tools for development. And so for those of you who are interested in some of the alternatives to Unity, he is a fantastic resource. But more importantly, Into the Breach is just such a wonderful game. And he's playing a game that he really likes. So in addition to just hosting a really nice guy, a really helpful guy, it's a chance to watch him play a really good game. So thank you everybody for hanging out. I'll possibly do Out There on Friday, but who knows? It's madness. Thank you all for the extra hours. Take care, and we'll see you Friday.